Chapter 549. The appearance of the three figureheads had undoubtedly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The sea god's third prince said coldly, "Jun Xiaoyao, although you're not weak, the Emperor Road doesn't belong to you alone. If you hand over the Kunpeng's divine power and the Kunpeng's true blood, I can choose not to be your enemy." The sea god's third prince was not stupid. Although the Jun family was unlikely to intervene in the battle of the Emperor Road personally. However, Jun Xiaoyao's background was there for all to see. Even if he was the sea god's third prince of the ancient star region, he could not help but be wary. Therefore, if he could get the benefits directly, there was no need for him to be Jun Xiaoyao's enemy. The price he had to pay was too high. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and nodded slightly. "You're right. I, the son of God, do have something to give you." After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao clapped his hands. Mu Yuehan, who was standing beside him, had a hint of mockery in her beautiful eyes. She threw something wrapped in cloth to the sea god's third prince. "Oh, did you already prepare it?" The sea god's third prince looked puzzled. He took the thing and opened it. Suddenly, a bloody woman's head appeared in front of him. Her face was twisted with fear. Boom! The sea god's third prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His brain was buzzing. Yumarin! The sea god's third prince's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Then he roared into the sky. His ocean blue hair danced wildly in the wind. He was furious. Although Yumarin was only one of his companions, she was the one he valued and liked the most. Now, all that was left was a cold head. "What do you think? Do you like this gift from the Son of God?" Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back. The corner of his mouth was still curled up in that gentle and calm smile. Seeing this scene, many sky prides of the Emperor Road were disappointed. Everyone said that Yufuzi was a smiling tiger. Now, they felt that the son of God of the Jun family was just as cunning. "I want you dead." The sea god's third prince wielded the Sea King's trident and thrust it at Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the Jun family and their background were nothing to be afraid of. Jun Xiaoyao had already stepped on his head. If he still swallowed this insult, his Tao heart would collapse. The Golden Sea King's trident pierced towards Jun Xiaoyao with a supreme, mystic force. It was a rare supreme weapon. In the Sea King ancient starfield, there was a real monarch weapon, the Sea God's trident. Although the Sea King's trident was a replica of the Sea God's trident, it was still a supreme being weapon. The Sea God's third prince's attack was like a sea of stars that surged out along with the Sea King's trident. Its might was frightening. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao did not bring out the myriad qi cauldron. Instead, he stretched out a hand. Many of the Emperor Road's sky prides widened their eyes when they saw this. Don't tell me that the Jun family son of God is going to resist a supreme weapon with his physical body. How is this possible? Even if he has the sacred body of the ancients, he can't resist a supreme weapon if he hasn't cultivated it to perfection. Jun Xiaoyao's move surprised everyone. A cold glint flashed in the sea god's third prince's eyes. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Jun Xiaoyao, he might really shake up the Emperor Road. As for the consequences, Jun Xiaoyao had already killed his partner and humiliated him by stepping on his head. What else could he care about in the end? Die! The sea god's third prince unleashed the power of a saint. He held the Sea King's trident in his hand and stabbed it at Jun Xiaoyao's chest. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out 2 fingers. Clang! It was as if 2 divine weapons were colliding. Sparks burst out. The sea god's third prince was stunned in the next moment. Jun Xiaoyao clamped the tip of the trident between his index and middle fingers. The power that was as vast as the ocean was completely stopped by Jun Xiaoyao's 2 fingers. All the spectating sky prides narrowed their eyes and were shocked. Did he really block it? What kind of monstrous physical body does the Jun family's son of God have? How many shackles has the sacred body of the ancients of the June family broken? How could his physical body be so strong? All the sky prides were incredulous. Resisting a supreme weapon with one's physical body was something they had never seen before. What a strong physical body! It's not much weaker than my master's, the black-cloaked man in the dark whispered in surprise. You. The sea god's third prince was stunned. He shook his arm and infused it with the power of a saint. He wanted to shake off Jun Xiaoyao's fingers. However, Jun Xiaoyao's fingers seemed to contain billions of pounds of power. They locked the Sea King's trident in place. Let go! The sea god's third prince's eyes were filled with shock and anger. It was humiliating and tarnishing his reputation. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his fingers, and a terrifying recoil surged out. The entire Sea King's trident buzzed and shook, bending it into a curve. Then, the sea god's third prince's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly let go. However, the terrifying power still hit him. Although the sea god's third prince was protected by the seven seas Jiao dragon armor, he still grunted from the shock and tasted blood in his mouth. There was a hint of horror in his eyes. It was worth noting that Jun Xiaoyao had only flicked his fingers. He actually forced the sea god's third prince to retreat with a flick of his finger? The Void Swordmaster and Yu Fuzi's eyes were also slightly focused. They had never underestimated Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's performance was still somewhat beyond their expectations. I don't believe it. Again. The sea god's third prince looked ashamed and angry. He was about to attack again to avenge his previous humiliation. At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Everyone stop! A figure flew over from the Dao Plaza. It was one of the commanders of Hulao Pass. The underworld star is about to open. At that time, you can fight however you want. However, you are at the Dao Plaza now. Do not mess around. This commander's face was stiff and cold, as if he was an impartial judge. However, the sea god's third prince felt somewhat frustrated. When Jun Xiaoyao attacked, why did this commander not appear to enforce the rules? Now that the sea god's third prince was at a disadvantage and wanted to retaliate, this commander appeared. How can he look down on others like that? We'll talk about it when the time comes, then. After all, this son of God is the most law-abiding. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, not in a rush. Countless people ridiculed Xiao Chen's words. Who was the one who said that he wanted to die, Sword Gate Pass red with blood? Who was the one who publicly killed people in Hulao Pass? Law-abiding Jun Xiaoyao. I am not lying, some outstanding talents complained in their hearts. Yu Fuzi gave Jun Xiaoyao a deep look. Then he looked at the peacock that Yu Fuzi sat on and said, Kong Xian, endure for a while longer. Naturally, I will save you. The Void Sword Son's eyes also brimmed with fighting spirit. He needed to obtain Jun Xiaoyao's space book. The sea god's third prince hugged the mermaid's head, a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. The sea god's third prince did not say anything. However, it was clear that the grudge between him and Jun Xiaoyao was irreconcilable. Just as the atmosphere eased slightly, suddenly the dark red underworld star in the distance started trembling slightly. A horrifying power of resentment turned into a surging dark red fog, nearly encasing the entire underworld star. It looks like the trial this time is more difficult than before. Will the legendary 19th floor of the underworld star open? There was a serious look in the commander's eyes. Chapter 550. The Infernal Star could be said to be one of the most dangerous training grounds on the Emperor Road. Less than 1 in 10 prodigies could make it out alive. Even so, there were still countless prodigies who went there. That was because there was a chance to find immortal essence on the Infernal Star. It was to the extent where if one's luck was even better, finding an immortal essence mine, then that would be a heaven-defying opportunity, completely striking it rich. Of course, immortal essence mines were very rare and were usually located in the depths of the Infernal Star. If one was not a powerful prodigy, venturing in recklessly was equivalent to courting death. Next, I will tell you about the rules of the infernal star. Listen carefully. If you lose your lives, don't blame me, the commander said. There are 18 levels from the surface to the depths of the infernal star. Of course, there is an extra level, the 19th level. I'm sure you've heard of it, the commander said. The 19th level of the infernal star. Could it be the legendary? One of the prodigies seemed to have thought of something. His face turned green with fear. That's right. One of the 7 wonders, the 19th level of the infernal star. It's definitely not a place you can enter. However, the 19th level of the infernal star is usually not opened. This time it's hard to say. The commander's words made all the prodigies in the training hall look unprecedentedly serious. One of the 7 wonders, the 19th level of the infernal star. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao realized that the 19th level of the infernal star was referring to the 19th level of the infernal star. As everyone knew, there were 18 levels in infernal star. Then the 19th level? Was there a deeper meaning to it? No one knew what was in it, because none of those who went in came out alive. The commander continued, Let's not talk about the 19th level, as long as you don't court death and don't go in. As for the other 18 levels, there will be domains on every level. They will suppress 1/10 of your strength. For example, the first 6 levels will suppress the physical body. Every level, they will put shackles on your physical body, 1/10 of your strength. Finally, the 6th level, your physical body will only have 4/10 of its strength left. After the 6th level, it will be a restriction on spiritual power, same as the physical body. When you enter the 12th level, your spiritual power will also be reduced to 4/10. The last 6 levels will suppress the primordial spirit. What if he could reach the 18th floor? The power of my essence spirit will also be reduced to 40%. In other words, what if you go down to the lowest level? All of you only have 40% of your abilities left. The words caused the geniuses on the dojo to swallow their saliva in silence. In the end, he only has 40% of his strength left. How is he going to fight? That's right. The infernal star is already a dangerous place. If we only have 40% of our strength left, wouldn't we be courting death? Many sky prides felt that this was no different from courting death. Who told you to go down to the 18th level? If you don't have the ability, then stay on the upper level. If you are too cowardly, you can also leave, the commander said coldly. The geniuses clenched their teeth, unwilling to give up. If they cowered in fear, it would greatly affect their Tao hearts. Sigh, I'm afraid only the little tycoons and the son of God of the Jun family are qualified to enter. Some of the geniuses secretly looked at Jun Xiaoyao. They were very curious whether Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to reach the 18th level of the infernal star. All right, you all should prepare yourselves. We should be able to open it in a few days. After saying that, the commander looked at Jun Xiaoyao, Yu Fuzi, the sword master of the void, and the 3rd prince of the sea god. Then, with a wave of his hand, for rays of light landed on each of them. This is... Jun Xiaoyao reached out to take it and found that it was a jade talisman. This jade talisman can resist the domain restraints of the infernal star for 15 minutes. In other words, no matter which level you are on, you will be able to unleash your full strength for 15 minutes, the commander said. What? Is there such a good thing? When the other geniuses heard that, their eyes lit up. This jade talisman was a life-saving talisman at a critical moment. Commander, may I ask where our jade talismans are? One of the geniuses asked with cupped fists. You? The commander glanced at him indifferently. No. How can this be? This is not fair. Many of the geniuses cried out. If you have the talent, strength, or family background of theirs, you can ask me for it. If you don't, then shut your mouth. The commander waved his hand and ignored them. All the geniuses' expressions turned ugly. This was the privileged class. However, they could not refute him. The third prince of the sea god was the crown prince of the Sea King ancient star region. The sword master of the void was a famous, honorable void expert. Yu Fuzi was backed by the imperishable ancient sect, the Little Western Paradise. As for Jun Xiaoyao, not to mention, his background was the most prominent among the four of them. He was backed by two clan of the ancients. Who among the geniuses present had such a background? Moreover, they did not know that Jun Xiaoyao was the master of the imperial court. If they knew, they would be even more shocked. Jun Xiaoyao was the synonym of power. Only he dared to ignore the rules of the Emperor Road. No one dared to punish him. What an evil, privileged class! Some of the geniuses gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. This was the reality. Unleashing my full strength for 15 minutes? Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao did not hold back and kept it. Fairness and justice? That was just a trick to fool children. Only a bastard would not take advantage of the situation. The next few days were calm and peaceful. Nothing much happened. Yu Fuzi and the others restrained themselves and did not cause trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. However, it was obvious that an intense battle would break out once they entered the Infernal Star. Finally, about 7 or 8 days later, the Infernal Star in the distance shook again. All kinds of resentment, hatred, and other negative emotions boiled and turned into a bloody mist. Even though the dojo was some distance away from the Infernal Star, the geniuses could still feel the trembling. For a moment, some of the geniuses began to hesitate and wanted to retreat. All right, the teleportation formation will be activated. Once you step in, you will be teleported to every corner of the Infernal Star. The commander appeared and activated the teleportation formation in the dojo. Jun Xiaoyao, Muiwehan, the Golden Winged Rock, and the others appeared. Yu Fuzi, the Void Swordmaster, and the others also appeared. The third crown prince of the sea god glanced at Jun Xiaoyao coldly with a sinister look in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He completely ignored everyone's gaze. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and was the first to enter the teleportation formation. The rest of the Sky Prides also stepped into the teleportation array. Jin Guxuan, Qing Hong, Hong Ling, the Cloaked Man, and the others also stepped into the formation. Of course, not all of the geniuses had the courage to do so. Some of the geniuses stayed behind. The Nine-Headed Lion and Kong Xian also stayed behind and did not enter the Infernal Star. Master, you must teach that long-haired, bald donkey a lesson, the Nine-Headed Lion roared. Impossible. My Lord Arhut is truly invincible. Kong Xian retorted. Chapter 551. Bitch, what do you know? The Nine-Headed Lion opened all 9 mouths and shouted at the same time. You. Kong Xian's eyes were cold. At that moment, the commander took out a bronze mirror. Moments later, the scene in every corner of the Infernal Star was reflected in the mirror. Of course, the only place that wasn't reflected was the legendary 19th level. There was a special and mysterious domain there. No artifacts or methods could see through it. Just in time. You can open your eyes and see how my master tortures the long-haired, bald donkey, the Nine-Headed Lion shouted. Maybe you'll see the Jun family son of God in a sorry state, Kong Xian retorted coldly. At that moment, the figure of an old man in white suddenly appeared in the void. When he saw the old man, the commander's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Lord Guardian! This old man was the guardian of Hulao Pass, Chongming Supreme. What, even the Lord Guardian is here? Many of the Sky Prides below, who didn't enter the Infernal Star, were extremely surprised. Haha, I'm just a little curious and interested, Chongming Supreme said. It seems that the Lord Guardian is here for the Jun family son of God. The commander thought to himself. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, Chongming Supreme wouldn't have been interested in coming to the Infernal Star to watch the battle. Although Yu Fuzi and the other Sky Prides were strong, they couldn't arouse Chongming Supreme's interest. Not only did he enter the bronze celestial palace, but he also came out alive and even controlled the palace. Jun family's son of God, will you create another impossible miracle this time? Chongming Supreme was curious. On a barren and desolate land in the Infernal Star, an ancient teleportation portal released a burst of light. Then, Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed out of it. Is this the Infernal Star? Jun Xiaoyao looked over. The ground was dark red, as if it was stained by blood. The mountain range was filled with desolation. It was like the white skeleton of an ancient ferocious beast, desolate and bleak. The ground was littered with white bones. Not only were there human cultivators, but there were also all kinds of creatures and alien races. This is indeed an ominous place, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. However, he had the sacred body of the ancients, which was a natural counter to all kinds of evil. Such a training ground was quite suitable for him. Jun Xiaoyao walked forward, and before long, he encountered a group of human devils unique to the Infernal Star. Before entering the Infernal Star, the commander had explained it to him. On the Infernal Star, due to the gathering of resentment, terrifying demonized creatures were formed, such as demons, demonic beasts, and so on. Generally speaking, sky demons, earth demons, and human demons were the main types of demonized creatures. Human demons roamed the surface of Infernal Star. Old demon, living underground. As for the Sky Fiend, was it a mass of demonic will without substance? However, this was often even more bizarre and terrifying. The group of human devils in front of him were covered in black scales. Their faces were ferocious, and their cultivation levels ranged from the Tao God realm to the quasi-saint realm. Jun Xiaoyao could kill such an existence with a flick of his finger. Between his fingers, the sword chi of the immortal Slayer sword art burst out. It wiped out all the human devils in front of him. Immortal marrow is usually found underground, and rare immortal marrow veins are more likely to encounter sky demon emperors, earth demon emperors, and other existences. Jun Xiaoyao said to himself, Sky demon emperors, earth demon emperors. Even among the sky demons and earth demons, boss-like existences, according to the commander, almost all of them had the combat power of a perfected saint. If he was unlucky, it was even possible to encounter a saint king. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, he was not afraid at all. His only goal was to obtain the immortal marrow and condense immortal chi. Next, Jun Xiaoyao began to look for the entrance to the underground. On the other side, Jade Fozi, the sword son of the void, the third prince of the sea god, and the others were also pushing forward. The human devils on the surface could not stop them at all. They also decided to think of a way to condense a second immortal chi before dealing with Jun Xiaoyao. Although the human devils on the surface could not pose the slightest hindrance to the elites of the small giants. However, if the other elites encountered them, they would also be entangled for a while and might even die. Soon, there were casualties among the elites who entered the Infernal Star. Some of the elites were directly surrounded by a group of human devils, torn into pieces and devoured. On the other side of the dojo, the light screen formed by the bronze mirror showed a cruel scene. The rest of the elites who did not enter the Infernal Star turned pale, and fear lingered in their hearts. It seemed that sometimes being a little cowardly was not a bad thing. Look! The son of God of the Jun family has found the entrance. One of the elites suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were focused on that direction. On the Infernal Star, Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a bottomless pit that seemed to lead straight to hell. Waves of cold and eerie aura spread out, and a thick smell of blood rose up, making people flinch. Is this the entrance? Below should be the first level of the Infernal Star, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. The Infernal Star had a total of 18 levels from the surface to the top. As for the legendary 19th level, it should be the core of the infernal star. Perhaps the secret of the infernal star's formation was hidden there. One of the 7 wonders, the 19th level of the infernal star. If I have the chance, should I go in and take a look? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Just then, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. New check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the 19th level of the infernal star. When Jun Xiaoyao heard that, he was a little embarrassed. System, do you want me to die so badly? These check-in locations were either the Burial Realm, the Bronze Divine Palace, or the 19th level of the infernal star. They were all places that resembled the netherworld. Did the system think that he was not courting death enough? The system serves the host wholeheartedly. It has no ill intentions, and it has no intention of killing the host, the system replied in a mechanical voice. All right, I believe you, Jun Xiaoyao said. He did not believe his own words. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed interested in the legendary 19th level of the infernal star. Next, Jun Xiaoyao went down to the first level. After going down to the first level, Jun Xiaoyao's body seemed to have vaguely appeared a shackle. Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense that his physical powers had been suppressed by 1/10 as soon as the shackle appeared. Because he already knew, Jun Xiaoyao did not panic at all. With his physical strength, even if it was reduced to 1/100th of his strength, he would still be far more powerful than a prodigy of the same level, let alone 1/10. Jun Xiaoyao continued to move forward. As he went deeper, he also encountered earth demons. These earth demons were more ferocious than human demons. They were like wild beasts. Of course, their strength was also stronger. The weakest of them was at the perfected Tao God realm. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation, he naturally swept through them. Along the way, he was also searching for immortal essence. At the same time, in another place underground, a black-robed man casually killed a group of earth demons. On the surface of his body, 2 wisps of immortal qi vaguely appeared. The second wisp of immortal qi was slightly illusory. That was enough to shock everyone. Such a cultivation level was enough to be called a small powerhouse. However, no one knew about him. Chapter 552. How is that possible? That black-robed, cloaked man has the strength of a minor giant? At the dojo outside Infernal Star, some sky prides noticed the black-robed, cloaked man through the bronze mirror's light screen. Even the chieftain was surprised. A sky pride like him should be as famous as Yu Fuzi, the Void Swordmaster, and the Sea God's third prince. However, he kept a low profile and did not even reveal his appearance. Could he be sent by the outlawed sky prides on the ancient road of the ultimate path? Chongming Prime's eyes were deep. As the Imperial Pass Guardian, he was well aware of this. There were some monstrous sky prides who dominated the ancient road of the ultimate path. They were known as taboos and were destined to reach the end of the ancient road of the ultimate path. These outlawed sky prides, even if they were just followers, had the strength of a minor giant. Some outlawed sky prides also liked to send their followers to various ancient roads to gather information about the various sky prides and prepare for a rainy day. If he was not mistaken, this black-robed, cloaked man should be an outlawed sky pride from the ancient road of the ultimate path who sent him to gather information. I wonder which outlawed sky pride sent him. But if he offends the Jun family's son of God... Chongming Prime clicked his tongue and shook his head. Even an outlawed sky pride would not have a good ending if they offended the Jun family's son of God. While everyone in the Infernal Star dojo was in awe, the black-robed, cloaked man pondered and said, "The Jun family's son of God hasn't fully matured yet. I heard that he hasn't even condensed his immortal qi. If I make a move now and eliminate him completely, I might be able to solve a problem for my master. However, he has a jade talisman that can temporarily lift the suppression. To be safe, it's not safe for me to do it alone. By the way, It seems like a few people have shown hostility towards the June family's son of God. The black-robed, cloaked man mumbled to himself. A glint flashed across his eyes, and his figure flashed as he began to head elsewhere. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, he moved very quickly. In less than an hour, he found the entrance to the second level. He continued to go deeper, and another shackle appeared on his body. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, this kind of shackle was dispensable. Soon, after killing a group of earth demons, Jun Xiaoyao found a piece of jade essence that was full of immortal qi in a cave-like place. Was this chalcedony crystal clear, surrounded by immortal energy? Its pure energy was even purer than immortal sources. That's right, but what do I want? It's not just a piece of immortal marrow. Jun Xiaoyao put away the immortal marrow. To him, a piece of immortal essence? It was just a drop in the bucket. What he needed was an immortal marrow vein. However, it was clear that it was impossible for an immortal marrow vein to appear in the first few levels. At the very least, they had to go below the 10th floor. Jun Xiaoyao pushed forward as if he was going to penetrate the infernal star. It was sinking at an extremely fast speed. Many people in the infernal star dojo were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao's speed? It was simply frightening. None of the demonized creatures were able to withstand even one round of attacks from him. Did you see that, bitch? Open your eyes wide. This is my master's strength. The nine-headed lion said smugly. As for Kongshan, she was silent. There was stubbornness in her eyes. She believed that Jade Fozi was not weaker than Jun Xiaoyao. That was the truth. Jade Fozi and the other's speed? Although they were not as fast as Jun Xiaoyao, they were definitely not slow. In another place, Jin Guxuan, who was a supreme Dao metal spirit, had already reached the 7th floor. Because he was a Dao metal spirit, the limitations of his physical body did not affect him much. His physical body was already stronger than most of the geniuses. After killing a group of earth demons, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and said coldly, "Who is it?" The black-robed, cloaked figure appeared in the cavern behind him. "Well, you are. I'll get straight to the point. Are you interested in killing the son of God of the Jun family together?" said the black-robed, cloaked figure. "Killing the son of God of the Jun family?" Jin Guxuan frowned slightly. Although Jun Xiaoyao had killed his fellow Taoist, the spirit of Metal Spirit Stone, Jin Guxuan's strength was not weak. However, Jun Xiaoyao's powers were there for all to see. He also had a jade talisman that allowed him to ignore the suppression of domains. It would not be easy to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing Jin Guxuan's hesitation, the black-robed, cloaked figure trembled slightly. The aura of a saint of small perfection spread out. At the same time, 2 strands of immortal qi appeared. One of them was the embryonic form of immortal qi. How is this possible? Little tycoon, who are you? Jin Guxuan was also shocked. He was very surprised. You don't need to know. Just say yes or no, the black-robed, cloaked figure said lightly. Okay, if you are confident. Jin Guxuan agreed immediately. Very well. Now let's find the others. The black-robed, cloaked figure sneered. Then he went to find Qing Hong, Hong Ling, and the others. They were the followers of Long Shu Huang and Huang Juyan. Strictly speaking, they were also on the opposite side of Jun Xiaoyao. They were also hesitant at first, but after seeing the black-robed, cloaked figure's cultivation, they agreed without hesitation. As for Yu Fuzi and the others, they had already gone deeper to look for immortal marrow veins to condense immortal qi. Besides, they were too proud to join forces with others. About 7 or 8 days later, Jun Xiaoyao had arrived at the 14th level of the infernal star. At this level, his physical body and dermic power were suppressed to 4/10, and his primordial spirit was also suppressed by 2/10. What rich spirit qi! The immortal marrow vein should be ahead. Jun Xiaoyao strolled leisurely. In such a dangerous place, it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. As for the restriction of domains, it did not affect him much at all. In the cavern ahead, immortal light surged like a tide. Jun Xiaoyao looked over and saw a crystal-clear immortal marrow vein that stretched for a few miles. Although it was not very long, one had to know that even a piece of immortal marrow was extremely precious. And now there was an immortal marrow vein that was a few miles long. Of course, although the opportunity was precious, there were also many earth demons around the immortal marrow vein. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao also felt a few powerful auras. Demon emperors. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Fresh blood food again." 3 terrifying figures appeared. Each of them had the cultivation of a perfected saint. They were the 3 earth demon emperors. In addition, there are hundreds and thousands of earth demons densely packed together. There are some small problems, but no problem. Jun Xiaoyao looked indifferent. He took out the myriad chi cauldron, and the slaughter began. In the Infernal Star Dojo, when they saw Jun Xiaoyao facing the 3 earth demon emperors and many earth demons alone, even the 9-headed lion did not speak. His heart was in his throat. One had to know that the current Jun Xiaoyao was in a state of being suppressed by domains. Although he had a jade talisman, it was an emergency, life-saving item. It only lasted for 15 minutes, just as everyone was nervously watching. They also saw a shocking scene. It's over. The son of God of the Jun family is really in danger now. Chapter 5:53. At the edge of the immortal essence or vein, looking at the 3 earth demonic sovereigns and the numerous earth demons that were charging towards him, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. Currently, although his physical strength and magic power were suppressed by 60%, and his primordial spirit power was also suppressed by 20%. However, he had the title of the strongest sage in history. Although these earth demonic sovereigns were powerful, they were clearly not enough to threaten Jun Xiaoyao's life. Jun Xiaoyao activated the myriad chi cauldron and pressed it forward. Strands of myriad chi cauldron were enough to crush a mountain range. Those earth demons did not even have the time to scream before they were crushed into a bloody pulp. The 3 earth demonic sovereigns roared as they charged towards Jun Xiaoyao, and a terrifying bloody aura surged towards him. Unlike Jun Xiaoyao, the strength of these earth demonic sovereigns was not suppressed. Jun Xiaoyao's palm drew a mysterious trajectory, and like a Kuan Peng swinging its tail, it swept towards the earth demonic sovereigns. Ripples were set off in the void, and patches of Dao patterns surged out like huge waves. Bang! The 3 earth demonic sovereigns were actually pushed back at the same time, and their bloodthirsty scarlet eyes revealed some trembling. Obviously, they had never encountered a human cultivator who was still so powerful despite being suppressed. They are just some demonic creatures that were corrupted by resentment. The winner takes all. What's there to complain about? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. Survival of the fittest was the law of the world. Wasn't it normal for the weak to shed blood in the Emperor's road? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the 3 earth demonic sovereigns seemed to be even more furious, and they continued to charge towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao executed the Kuan Peng mystique with one hand and the Thunder Emperor mystique with the other. His left hand transformed into the Kuan Peng mystique, and its mighty power seemed to have cracked the void in front of him. On his right hand, he executed the Thunder Emperor finger. Lightning twined around it, and it was as strong as Yang, destroying all evil. Boom! Under Jun Xiaoyao's attack, the 3 powerful earth demonic sovereigns were completely crushed, and they let out miserable cries. Die! Jun Xiaoyao activated the myriad chi cauldron and slammed it down. A loud smack was heard. The 3 earth demon emperors were directly turned into blood foam. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As for Yang Kai himself, he did not reveal any abnormalities and continued to kill the remaining earth demons. A moment later, all the earth demons were killed. Jun Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief. Let's refine this immortal quintessence mine. With that he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. And it was also at this moment. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. Wisps of blood, mist, filled the cave. An invisible wave of telekinesis directly rushed into the mind of Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Other than the 3 Earth Devil Emperors, there was also a heavenly Devil Emperor in this immortal marrow mine. The celestial Devil Emperor was formless and formless. He was an extremely terrifying devil that could kill people without them noticing. Even if he was a heaven's pride at the level of a small magnate, if one was not careful and was taken advantage of, it was possible that one's Tao heart would collapse and they would directly fall into madness. And at this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's mind, endless resentment erupted, as if there were countless vengeful spirits of fallen prodigies. They were howling in his ears. In Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives, at this moment there was a movement. The primordial spirit, sitting cross-legged on the Tao flower, suddenly opened his eyes with cold contempt. What can mere resentment do to me? With that endless golden light soared into the sky. A vast ancient Buddha appeared. It was the Mahavairocana cultivated by the Tathagata Sutra. The Mahavairocana appeared. The celestial devil emperor's vengeful spirit screamed. Like spring snow, it began to melt rapidly. Although the power of Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was suppressed by 20%, but his primordial spirit was the primordial spirit of 3 lives, and it had absorbed the will of the immortal ancient world before. Its soul power was vast and boundless, far surpassing that of saints of the same level. However, looking at it from the outside, Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was struggling with something. This is a good chance. At this moment, an aura burst out from the darkness in the distance. For silhouettes shot out like arrows, casting their spells at Jun Xiaoyao, who had his eyes closed. They were the black-robed man, Jin Guxuan, Hongling, and Qing Hong. They had been searching all the way here under the guidance of the black-robed man. Hongling, Qing Hong, and the others hesitated when they saw Jun Xiaoyao still crushing the 3 Earth Devil Emperors despite being suppressed. They did not dare to make a move. However, to their surprise, Jun Xiaoyao, who was about to refine the immortal marrow vein, was attacked by the celestial Devil Emperors. This was a great opportunity to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao. If they did not make a move, they would be wasting this God-given opportunity. Therefore, they did not hesitate to attack with their strongest moves. They wanted to join forces and kill Jun Xiaoyao once and for all. However, just as the 4 of them were about to land their attacks on Jun Xiaoyao's expression suddenly became calm. His eyelids slowly opened. His eyes were as cold as the stars in the sky. "Oh no, it's a trap!" Jin Guxuan could not help but yell. Hongling and Qing Hong were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen at all. Those were the celestial Devil Emperors. Even if they were small giants, if their primordial spirits were invaded, they would at least be in a daze and struggle in the chaos. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to be affected at all. How is this possible? The sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled, but the primordial spirit can't be this strong. The black-robed man was also very surprised. Although the rats hiding in the dark are not a threat, they are still annoying. It's better to kill them. Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch. The shadow of a Kuan Peng appeared, sometimes turning into a Kuan, sometimes into a Peng. It had the power to strike the 9 heavens and suppress the 9 underworlds. This was a manifestation of the Kuan Peng's grand magic, called the Kuan Peng Infinite Divine Punch. Ah no. Master Huangjian will not let you go. Qing Hong and Hongling screamed. Obviously, they could not withstand this move. Long Shu Huang and Huang Juyan, when I have time, I will definitely go ahead and take their lives. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. With 1 punch, not to mention Qing Hong and Hongling, even Jin Guxuan, a cultivator who'd turned Tao metal into a spirit, was blasted to pieces by the punch. However, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised to see that the black-robed man was not killed instantly. An illusory bell appeared on the surface of his body, barely resisting Jun Xiaoyao's attack. However, it was just barely. The black robe on the surface of his body was torn by the impact, revealing his bronze body. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with surprise. He was somewhat familiar with this illusory bell. Previously in the eternal burial ground, the incomplete ancient tyrant body of the heavens, Chu Tianba, had also used this move. It was one of the 9 great godly forms of the tyrant body, the great bell Taoist form. Tyrant body of the heavens. No, it's not the tyrant body of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He had expected this before, but he did not expect to meet someone related to the tyrant body of the heavens. Who are you? Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. Fortunately, Master gave me a drop of blood. Sacred body of the ancients. What a sacred body of the ancients! The man's qi and blood were majestic, and his eyes were filled with fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. Master. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he reached out with his palm. There was a bang. The man could not withstand Jun Xiaoyao's attack at all. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were almost shattered. Your master is the tyrant body of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Cough. Just you wait, son of God of the Jun family. My master is destined to dominate this era. When you step on the ancient ultimate road and meet my master, it will be the time of your death. The man shouted crazily, and his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. It was worship for his master. Don't worry. You will see your master in the underworld soon. Jun Xiaoyao slammed his palm down. Even though the man tried his best to resist and even brought out his divine qi, he was still killed by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. A drop of blood can make this person manifest some of the tyrant body of the heavens' abilities. Could it be that the king of the tyrant body that Chu Tianba mentioned, the tyrant body, has appeared? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. However, he immediately shook his head. No matter what the tyrant body was, it was nothing to him. He had already forged an invincible mind, and he was not afraid of any challenge. If the tyrant body really wants to die, I don't mind putting an end to the feud between the sacred body and the tyrant body. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. That tyrant body was the king of the tyrant body. However, Jun Xiaoyao also had a complete sacred body of the ancients that had broken 10 shackles. It could be said that the two of them were the representatives of the most perfect physiques. This was the ultimate battle between the peak of the sacred body and the peak of the tyrant body. Chapter 554. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think too much about the Overlord. After all, when the time came for him to step onto the ancient road of ultimate, he would naturally run into him. If the Overlord didn't know what was good for him, Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind completely cutting off the Overlord's bloodline. Let's refine this immortal marrow vein first, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He activated the divine elephant overpowering force and brought out the heaven and earth furnace. At the same time, he activated the god-devouring demonic art. The 2 types of devouring and refining abilities erupted, and the immortal marrow vein began to be absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao at a crazy rate. An embryonic form of immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. This half-illusory embryonic form of immortal qi became more and more solid as the immortal marrow vein was absorbed. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene in the training hall was dumbfounded. They all thought that Jun Xiaoyao was in mortal danger, and that he might be in great danger. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would have been able to neutralize such a dangerous situation with ease? As expected of the son of God of the Jun family, I thought that he would activate the Jade Seal. The commander also sighed. Haha, stinky woman, did you see that? Seeing this, the 9-headed lion wagged his tail and beamed with joy. Kong Xian's face was gloomy, and she didn't say anything. Then, She suddenly saw the scene on the light screen, and her eyes suddenly burst with joy. Master Arhut also found an immortal marrow vein. He is about to condense his second strand of immortal qi. Kong Xian shouted in surprise. Everyone had been paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao, and now they saw that Jade Arhut, the sword master of the void, the third prince of the sea god, and the others had each found an immortal marrow vein and were condensing their second strand of immortal qi. Master Arhut is about to condense his second strand of immortal qi, while Jun Xiaoyao is only condensing his first strand of immortal qi. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Kong Xian's expression returned to normal, and she sneered at the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion grinned, and there was a trace of embarrassment on its face. Then it said unyieldingly, "So what? Immortal energy doesn't represent everything. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Let's wait and see." Kong Xian's face was full of anticipation. She wanted to see Fuzi suppress Jun Xiaoyao. The trials continued throughout the infernal star. In such a short period of time, more than half of the geniuses who had entered the infernal star had died. Most of the remaining sky prides were also active above the 10th level. They didn't dare to go below the 10th level. Only Jun Xiaoyao and the others? Only then would he be able to go in without any scruples. In another immortal quintessence vein, Jade Fozi sat cross-legged. There was a Buddhist light shining around him. His temperament was transcendent, like a handsome Buddha carved from jade. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Jade Fozi sensed something. He said indifferently, "Come out." Ahead, a valiant figure appeared. Loose blonde hair. It was the golden-winged roc. Golden-winged roc? I have no grudge against you. See who it was? Jade Fozi said indifferently. I don't care what method you used to bewitch Kong Xian, but you don't deserve to be her master. The golden-winged roc's eyes flashed coldly. Jade Fozi chuckled and shook his head. Everyone is bewitched by love. Even the heir of the golden-winged roc is no exception. Since that's the case, let me enlighten you. It's not that simple. The golden-winged roc attacked without hesitation. He spread his wings. 100,000 sword feathers shot out. At the same time, the shadow of a Kuan Peng seemed to appear behind him. It wasn't a Kuan Peng's grand divine power, but a mysterious transformation after the golden-winged roc refined the Kuan Peng true blood. Oh, no wonder you're so confident. So it's Jun Xiaoyao who gave you the Kuan Peng true blood. Jade Fozi was slightly surprised to see this, but his expression remained calm. He also made a move and blasted out a hand. His palm was like gold, shining with Buddhist light. A swastika appeared, carrying with it a vast aura. The golden-winged roc whistled, and 100,000 sword feathers gathered, forming a golden divine sword that slashed horizontally. The two of them collided with each other. Outside, Kong Xian had a complicated look on her face as she watched the scene on the screen. She knew that the golden-winged roc had attacked Jade Fozi because of her, but then she shook her head and muttered to herself, "Golden-winged roc, you're too naive. Not everyone can challenge the Fozi." In her heart, Jade Fozi was the most powerful and paramount existence. The golden-winged little roc king against Jade Fozi was like an egg striking a rock. But that was the truth. After only a few dozen rounds, the golden-winged roc was on the verge of collapsing. He roared at the sky, his golden hair dancing in the wind, and an embryonic form of immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. Jade Fozi shook his head, and a jade-green immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body as well. It was the Bodhi immortal qi formed by his Bodhi Buddha heart. Jade Fozi pressed down with the Bodhi immortal qi and said calmly, "The golden-winged roc has a deep relationship with the Buddha. You can be my protector in the future." Boom! The blow landed, and the golden-winged roc was sent flying, spitting out blood. Jade Fozi murmured and used the expiation technique. The majestic Buddhist voice resounded in all directions. The golden-winged roc held his head and screamed. but after a while he stopped struggling. His face was expressionless, and there was only numbness in his eyes. Master, the golden-winged rock's voice was emotionless. You will be my protector outside. Jade Fozzie smiled. Yes. The golden-winged rock nodded slightly. Outside the dojo, outside the infernal star, many sky prides felt their scalps go numb. The expiation technique of the little western paradise was too strange. Do you think the son of God of the June family will be expiated as well? I'm not sure, but the son of God of the June family's primordial spirit cultivation is not weak either. Many people were speculating. Time passed by slowly. Jade Fozzie, the sword master of the void, and the third prince of the sea god each used an immortal marrow vein to condense a second immortal chi. Their strength had skyrocketed, and they had stepped into the ranks of the top sky prides of the Emperor Road. Let's go deeper. I want to see what the 18th level looks like. The three little tycoons all chose to go deeper into the forest. Not only did their strength skyrocket, but they also had jade talismans that made them immune to the domain suppression for 15 minutes, so they were not worried about encountering any danger. At about the same time, Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the immortal marrow vein, suddenly trembled. The entire immortal marrow vein had been absorbed by him. The half-illusory immortal chi prototype on the surface of his body had finally completely condensed into a real immortal chi of the void. It's finally done. The fourth immortal chi. Jun Xiaoyao let out a deep breath. Everyone thought that this was the first immortal chi he had condensed. Little did they know that this was the fourth immortal chi Jun Xiaoyao had condensed. Let's continue. Jun Xiaoyao went on his way again. Not only did he want to go to the 19th level of the infernal star, but he also wanted to take care of the three little figureheads. Chapter 555. The few sky prides who were still on infernal star were all quite capable. However, those prodigies only dared to train above the 10th level. They didn't dare to go deeper. Meanwhile, on the 18th level of Hellstar, the 18th level of Hellstar really did look like hell. Infernal flames burned everywhere, as if they'd arrived at the Earth's core. The domain suppression here had reached its limit. Any geniuses who landed on this level would be suppressed to only 40% of their strength. A golden Buddha palm struck out, killing a group of earth demons in front of it. It was Jade Fozzie. He'd never killed anyone, but those earth demons weren't humans, strictly speaking. The golden-winged rock followed beside Jade Fozzie with a numb expression. I sensed an immortal marrow vein. No, it's even rarer than the average one. Could it be? Jade Fozzie's eyes twinkled. He recalled a rumor that there might be an immortal marrow king in human form on the 18th level of Hellstar. It was just like the Gungjin rock spirit and Jin Guxuan, who'd been transformed from divine metal and Tao metal. Strictly speaking, immortal marrow was also a rare and precious treasure, and it was possible for it to take human form. If they could really find an immortal marrow king, it would be invaluable whether they refined it, branded it, or nurtured it. Even someone as calm as Jade Fozzie couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. He and the enlightened golden-winged rock continued deeper. About 2 hours later, the spiritual chi up ahead suddenly thickened. Jade Fozzie gathered his power in his eyes and looked ahead. There was an immortal marrow vein ahead. However, this immortal marrow vein was a few times bigger than the immortal marrow vein he had seen before. The immortal chi was dense, and wisps of it were scattered in the air. In the depths of the vein was a translucent jade cocoon. One could vaguely make out the petite figure of Linglong, curled up like a baby in its mother's womb. The entire vein's power was converging on the jade cocoon, as if it was gathering all of its power. It was giving birth to a shocking existence. That's the immortal marrow king. Jade Fozzie could no longer hide the fire in his eyes. Even with his state of mind as a Diana cultivator, at this moment, great waves were stirring. That was a rare king of immortal marrow, priceless. Perhaps it was because of the birth of the immortal marrow king. but there were no traces of earth demons around. Jade Fozzie took a few steps forward. Another direction? Was there the sound of waves? A person wearing the 7 seas flood dragon armor? The figure holding the Sea King's trident appeared. It was the sea god's third prince. Did he also cultivate 2 strands of immortal chi? At this moment, his aura was extremely strong. When he saw the king of immortal marrow, his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, in another cave nearby, the power of space vibrated, and a figure broke through the air. It was the swordsman of the void. The 3 little giants all sensed the fluctuations of the king of immortal marrow and gathered here. It seems that we have locked onto the same target. The void sword master looked around and said lightly, "Then is Jun Xiaoyao still coming? Don't tell me he doesn't even have the strength to enter the 18th level?" The sea god's third prince's eyes were cold. What else was he planning? To settle things with Jun Xiaoyao on the Infernal Star. What if he shows up? We'll just suppress him, Jade Fozzie said calmly. You didn't expect this. You actually converted the golden-winged rock. Looking at the expressionless golden-winged rock beside Jade Fozzie, the void swordmaster and the sea god's third prince's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Jade Fozzie's conversion technique? It was indeed strange and frightening. I want the king of immortal marrow. I wonder if the 2 of you can compromise. I'll compensate you. The void sword master shook his head. Don't say such polite words. Let's see who's stronger. The king of immortal marrow was so precious that even supremes would be tempted by it, let alone these geniuses who wanted to condense immortal chi. If they could get the king of immortal marrow, condensing a few more strands of immortal chi wouldn't be impossible. Enough talk. Let's fight. The sea god's third prince shook the Sea King's trident in his hand. The 3 of them had nothing else to say. They attacked at the same time. Magic power vibrated, and the void trembled. Even if they were suppressed to only 40% of their strength, the power that the 3 of them unleashed was still shocking. The battle began. None of the 3 sides gave way. Terrifying magic power ripples spread out and swept in all directions. The battle was extremely fierce. The aftershocks shook the translucent jade cocoon, causing cracks to appear. Then, all the spiritual energy in the entire immortal pith vein gathered towards the translucent jade cocoon. Jade Fozzie and the other 2 watched from the corners of their eyes. Cracks spread out on the surface of the translucent jade cocoon. Soon after, the petite and exquisite figure inside was revealed before their eyes. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. Her body was covered in a dress woven from energy. She had a head of long silver hair. Her face was tender and cute, and her eyelashes were long and curly. Her features were delicate and pretty. Perhaps it was because she was immortal marrow, but her skin was as smooth as snow, and she exuded a fragrance and spirit chi. She was like a moving ginseng fruit, the king of immortal marrow in human form. Jade Fozzie and the other 2's eyes lit up when they saw the little girl. They could sense that if they refined this girl, they would definitely be able to condense new immortal chi. Golden winged rock, capture her. Jade Fozzie's eyes flashed. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and flew toward the little girl. The little girl had just been born. Clearly, she didn't have a mature mind like Jean Gushuan and the Gungjin rock spirit. However, she could also instinctively sense a sense of danger. Don't eat me. The little girl cried weakly. Whoosh! A sword ray appeared and blocked the golden-winged rock's path. That king of immortal marrow is mine. The one who attacked was the sword master of the void. There was no way he was going to let Jade Fozzie take the king of immortal marrow. The place fell into chaos once again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little lowly formed from the immortal marrow moved her slender legs and ran into the distance. Just as Jade Fosey and the others were about to stop her with a thud, the little lowly seemed to have bumped into a wall. Ah! She fell to the ground and covered her forehead with her hand. She didn't understand why there was something blocking her path. And that's Jade Fosey and the others were startled. They were able to clearly sense that there was a powerful sealing power that had sealed off their surroundings. What's going on? There wasn't any formation around when we came in. While the three of them were puzzled, faint footsteps came from the cave in the distance. A peerless figure in white slowly walked over and stood in front of the little girl. The little lowly raised her head and saw a face that was as handsome as a celestial being's. The perfect aura he was emitting made the little girl want to get closer to him. After all, she was close to perfection in the form of a mortal marrow. Therefore, it was natural for her to want to get closer to someone who was even more perfect. Oh, the king of immortal marrow in human form? How lucky! The person who appeared was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 556. Jun Xiaoyao sized up the little girl in front of him. Her dense spiritual qi was enough to make anyone who smelled it feel like they were about to ascend to the heavens. You want to eat me too? I don't taste good. I don't have any meat. The little girl's petite body trembled slightly. Stay here and don't move. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her indifferently, then looked away. He had just condensed his fourth strand of immortal qi, so he wasn't in a hurry to refine the king of immortal marrow. Besides, he still had some problems to deal with. Hearing this, the little girl hugged her knees and sat on the ground. She couldn't escape from the second seal of the immortal prohibition seal. Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao arrive, the third prince of the sea gods' eyes shot out cold murderous intent. The sword son of the void's eyes burned with a burning desire to fight. Jun Xiaoyao had something on him that he needed. As for Yu Fosey, he was smiling, but he was also gathering his magical power. Clearly, he also wanted to fight. In an instant, the three little giants all targeted Jun Xiaoyao. This scene was also witnessed by the geniuses at the dojo. Heavens, that's the king of immortal marrow in human form. It's enough to make the top geniuses bleed. The son of God of the Jun family is going against the three little giants. This is going to be interesting. But I don't think the three little giants will team up against the son of God of the Jun family. That would be too degrading. Many people were discussing. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. She was looking forward to Jade Fosey suppressing Jun Xiaoyao and avenging her. Humph. The more hopeful you are now, the more disappointed you will be when the time comes. The 9 heads of the 9-headed lion snorted in unison. It also worshipped Jun Xiaoyao unconditionally. On the 18th level of the infernal star, the third prince of the sea gods, Trident, was the first to move. He shook the Sea King's trident in his hand, and dermic powers swept out like a vast ocean toward Jun Xiaoyao. Now that there was no one to stop him, he could go all out. Jade Fosey and the sword son of the void didn't attack immediately. At their level, besieging someone was a little unreasonable. Seeing the sea god's third prince's attack coming, Jun Xiaoyao still reached out with his bare hands, wanting to grab the Sea King's trident. You still want to use this move? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao looking down on him, the sea god's third prince's hair fluttered wildly, and his saint stage strength erupted. Although he was suppressed by the domain, his aura was still very shocking. All sorts of water-type Dao patterns intertwined, seemingly turning this place into a sea. Clang! Jun Xiaoyao caught the Sea King's trident with his bare hands as intense sparks flew out. The sea god has awakened. The sea god's third prince let out a long howl. The sea god's bloodline in his body was boiling, and the space around him was shaking. The Sea King's trident seemed to have sensed something as well, and mysterious golden patterns appeared on its surface. Divine power burst forth and shattered Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Oh, the sea god's bloodline. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression was still indifferent. The sea god was also a mythical emperor. just like the one-armed Nether King, Gulen True Lord, and other mythical emperors. He was once a god worshipped by all living creatures in the ocean. However, the sea god's bloodline in the sea god's third prince was similar to the Nether King's bloodline in the Nether King's body. Both were very thin and could not be considered a true bloodline inheritance. Even so, it was enough for the sea god's third prince to make a name for himself in Emperor Road. Unfortunately, he encountered Jun Xiaoyao. Even a god has to bow before me. What's more, you're just a mixed-blood descendant, Jun Xiaoyao said, reaching out with his palm, drawing a mysterious arc in the air. It was like a Kuan Peng leaping into the sea. Kuan Peng's superpower. The sea god's third prince gritted his teeth. This was the superpower he had been dreaming of. Bang! A single collision. Jun Xiaoyao used 100,000 divine elephant granules. He activated the Kuan Peng superpower. Both the divine elephant and Kuan Peng were synonymous with divine power. The power was enough to sink the ground. Splat! The sea god's third prince felt an unparalleled divine power reverberating through the sea king's trident, causing him to spit out blood. Even the seven seas serpent armor could not protect him. Sea god strike! While the sea god's third prince was injured, the sea king's trident stabbed toward Jun Xiaoyao's chest. He wanted to trade injury for injury. However, Jun Xiaoyao's body surface, dragon chi surging, a silver dragon armor with a rainbow luster appeared on the surface of his body. It was the rainbow sacred dragon armor. Its defensive power surpassed the sea god's third prince's seven seas serpent armor. Clang! The sea king's trident could not break through the rainbow sacred dragon armor's defense. Die! Jun Xiaoyao did not want to waste any more time. He threw out a punch, intending to kill the sea god's third prince. Seeing this, the sea god's third prince roared, Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so smug. You don't have what I have. With that, a streak of sky-blue immortal chi suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. In an instant, the rules of water flowed, and the void was filled with immortal light and Tao patterns. This was a streak of immortal chi that the sea god's third prince had condensed with his own sea god bloodline. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. A streak of golden immortal chi, mixed with the color of blood, also appeared on the surface of his body. It was a streak of immortal chi. The sea god's third prince was not surprised to see the streak of immortal chi. He sneered. As expected, it seems that you've also found an immortal marrow vein. However, this is not all I have. With that, a second streak of immortal chi appeared on the surface of the sea god's third prince's body. Just like Yu Fuzi and the sword master of the void, he had already condensed two streaks of immortal chi. He was stronger than the average big shot. Jun Xiaoyao, can you still laugh? The sea god's third prince had a carefree look on his face. Even if you're the high and mighty son of God of the Jun family, you'll fall behind others if you miss the best opportunity. Two streaks of immortal chi. This is what you're relying on. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was not as shocked as the sea god's third prince had expected. A second streak of immortal chi also appeared on the surface of his body. It was as thick as the heavens and earth. It was the immortal chi condensed from the origin chi of all things. The sea god's third prince was stunned. Yu Fuzi and the sword master of the void, who were watching from the side, were also stunned. They felt that things had gone beyond their expectations. Is that not enough? I have more, said Jun Xiaoyao. Another streak of immortal chi with the will of reincarnation appeared on the surface of his body. It was the immortal chi of reincarnation that he'd condensed after comprehending the power of reincarnation. You, none of them saw the look of shock on Jun Xiaoyao's face. As a result, they were all shocked by what they saw. No, they were shocked. They were a little frightened. Not enough. It's okay. I have more. Another streak of immortal chi appeared on the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body. The fourth streak of immortal chi appeared in the air. Crack! The sea god's third prince's hand trembled. The sea king's trident fell to the ground. The sword master of the void could no longer remain calm. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As for you, Fuzi, the smile on his face completely disappeared for the first time. It was replaced by a stiff expression of disbelief and astonishment. For streaks of immortal chi, the three little authorities were completely dumbfounded. Didn't they say that Jun Xiaoyao had not condensed a single streak of immortal chi before? Where did the immortal chi come from? And there were 4 streaks of it at once. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, on the Void Dojo, outside Infernal Star, all the geniuses who were watching the show fell silent. Even Chong Ming Supreme and the commander who were watching the show had interesting looks on their faces. Kong Xian's expression changed like never before. It was as if she had seen the most shocking and unbelievable scene. Chapter 5:57. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? For strands of immortal chi? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right, for strands of immortal chi. In the Void Dojo outside the Infernal Star, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold on the screen. For strands of immortal chi. That had never happened on the Emperor Road before. Perhaps an outlawed sky pride with 4 strands of immortal chi would appear at the end of the Emperor Road. However, the problem was that the Emperor Road had only been opened for a little over 2 years. Even Yi Guqin, who was ranked first on the Baron Sky Saint leaderboard, had yet to condense 4 strands of immortal chi. What the F*CK isn't master a little too powerful? The 9-headed lion jumped up in shock. Jun Xiaoyao's move had shocked everyone. How can this be? If he has 4 strands of immortal chi, why didn't he show them before? Kong Xian's soul seemed to have been sucked out of her body as the light in her beautiful eyes disappeared. TSK, maybe Master doesn't want to show them. After all, not everyone is qualified to make Master release 4 strands of immortal chi. The 9-headed lion was getting more and more smug. As expected of the son of God of the Jun family, he's really good at hiding his moves. Chong Ming Prime was also very impressed. He had only come to watch the show, but now he was also shocked. He recalled the terrifying battle record of Jun Xiaoyao killing 100 saints with 1 cauldron during the Battle of the Immortals in the Huangtian mystic realm. Chong Ming Prime suddenly felt that Yufuzi and the others were in for a tragedy. Meanwhile, on the 18th level of the Infernal Star, looking at Jun Xiaoyao with 4 strands of immortal chi around his body, the sea god's third prince trembled violently. You, how is this possible? The sea god's third prince could not believe it. Jun Xiaoyao had only been on the Emperor Road for a short while. How could he have condensed 4 strands of immortal chi? Could it be that he had already condensed more than 1 strand of immortal chi before he stepped onto the Emperor Road? The sea god's third prince was even more shocked at this thought. He could not believe it. He was not the only one. Yu Fuzi and the sword master of the void were also shocked. His heart was filled with shock. As for the little loli who was standing at the side, she stared at the immortal chi condensed from the myriad chi on Jun Xiaoyao's body, and saliva flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Want. The little loli mumbled, a look of longing appearing in her sparkling eyes. This son of God has already said that with your shallow thinking, trying to figure out the abilities of this son of God is truly laughable. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He was simple. He struck out with his palm. For streaks of celestial chi were imbued into his palm, and it was as if the entire sky was crashing down, bringing with it the power of 4 different attributes: the pinnacle of physical body, myriad chi, the power of reincarnation, void energy. What if this palm came down? Immortal radiance surged, and the ground within 100,000 feet would be directly sunk. The sea god's third prince also pushed his strength to the limit. He held the Sea King's trident in his hand. 2 strands of immortal chi wrapped around it, and it pierced through the void. Boom! An earth-shattering collision? It was as if the entire 18th level of Hellstar was trembling. The sea god's third prince only felt a vast and unparalleled power. It rushed toward him along the Sea King's trident. His halberd-wielding arm directly exploded. His body flew backward. The seven seas, serpent dragon armor on his body cracked from the impact. The sea god's third prince was severely injured in one blow. This was a genius at the level of a minor tycoon. But now he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, spitting blood nonstop. Attack! Jade Fozy and the sword master of the void attacked at the same time. They weren't pedantic people who believed in fair and just duels. Now that they saw Jun Xiaoyao release 4 streaks of immortal qi, they didn't care about their status and dignity anymore. They attacked together. 2 streaks of immortal qi appeared on the surface of Jade Fozy and the sword master of the void. One of them formed a Buddhist seal, while the other shot out sword radiance toward Jun Xiaoyao. Good timing. This is what makes it interesting. Jun Xiaoyao didn't panic when he saw this and calmly responded. In the dojo, Kong Xian was dumbfounded when she saw this. How is this possible? Why would Lord Fozy team up with others? In Kong Xian's mind, Jade Fozy had always been an invincible existence with absolute confidence. But now he didn't hesitate to team up with others to fight Jun Xiaoyao. This made Kong Xian's belief in herself crumble bit by bit. On the 18th level of Hellstar, Jun Xiaoyao used the Kunping's grand technique with one hand and the Thunder Emperor's grand technique with the other. At the same time, he was supported by 4 streaks of immortal qi. Like an invincible god of war, he swept in all directions. Lightning interwove into a destructive net that enveloped the two. At the same time, the shadow of a Kunping appeared. With a flick of its tail, the void exploded. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions resounded throughout the 18th level of Infernal Star. Jun Xiaoyao was like a deity that had been banished to the mortal world, wielding the supreme power of the universe. Every move he made caused the world to crumble. Cough! Jade Fozy and the sword master of the void both retreated at the same time. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. They attacked at the same time, but instead of suppressing Jun Xiaoyao, they were suppressed. Ananda Buddha seal. Jade Fozy's chest surged with emerald light. It was his Bodhi Buddha heart that was emitting divine light. There seemed to be the sound of chanting from the void. It was vast and solemn. Jade Fozy attacked with a seal. It was as if an ancient Buddha had attacked to suppress a calamity. On the other side, the sword master of the void also activated his virtual body. The surrounding space rippled like waves, and all kinds of space laws appeared. Mimi reading, he held his sword with both hands, which contained endless void power. It was his ultimate move, Space Wave Sword. But that wasn't all. The sea god's third prince, who had fallen to the ground, stood up again. He had the sea god's bloodline, so his physical body's recovery ability wasn't weak. His broken right arm was recovering at a visible speed. The sea god's third prince was unwilling to give up, so he continued to attack. They knew that if it wasn't Jun Xiaoyao who died today, then it would be them. The 3 little giants attacked at the same time. Their power was unimaginable. It was as if they wanted to destroy this space. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. His body shook, and the immortal Daluo immortal body appeared. His physical strength broke through the limit again. Every inch of his skin seemed to be dyed with golden light. His bones were like jade, branded with golden runes. 100,000 divine elephant granules also exploded. Then he clenched his fist and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Kunping infinite divine fist, lightning emperor finger, divine elephant sky-shattering tackle, 7 dragons destroy the world, primitive emperor Dao sword, immortal slayer sword chant. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist controlled these 6 terrifying superpowers and attacked at the same time. The shock waves were unparalleled. It seemed to be able to sink a continent. It had the power to destroy the world. Boom! An ear-piercing sound was heard. Under this attack, the three little tycoons were sent flying. Their arms exploded, and cracks spread across their bodies, shattering into pieces like porcelain. Jun Xiaoyao's punch showed his invincible power. It crushed the three little giants like a young immortal king. His divine power was unparalleled. Chapter 558. The entire 18th level of the Infernal Star rumbled. The three powerhouses were sent flying like rags. Their bodies cracked and blood spurted out. How can he be so strong? The Sea God's third prince and the Void Swordmaster roared. Jade Fuozi was the calmest of the three, but he no longer had his signature smile. He was incomparably solemn. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training hall, Jun Xiaoyao's performance caused everyone to fall silent. They knew Jun Xiaoyao was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so freakishly strong. The three powerhouses were no match for Jun Xiaoyao even though they worked together. They were all heavily injured. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao's white robes didn't even have a single wrinkle. The difference was shocking. Kong Xian's worldview began to crumble. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had refreshed her understanding of the strong. No, Jade Fuozi and the others are about to crush their jade seals. A prodigy pointed at the light screen and exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. They knew Jade Fuozi, and the others were about to give it their all. The 18th level of the Infernal Star. Jade Fuozi and the others stood up and wiped the blood from their mouths. All kinds of light surged on the surface of their bodies, mending the cracks on their bodies. Jade Fuozi had the Bodhi Buddhist heart. The Void Sword Sun had the Void body, and the third prince had the Sea God bloodline. It could be said that their bodies weren't weak under the support of their talents. Unfortunately, they had encountered a freak like Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's body had the potential to become an emperor. It wasn't something ordinary prodigies could compare to. Now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. The Void Sword Sun took out a jade seal. The third prince and Jade Fuozi also took out jade seals at the same time. Don't forget that they were still on the 18th level of the Infernal Star. They were suppressed by the domain and could only use 40% of their strength. Jun Xiaoyao, no matter what, you will die today. The Void Sword Sun's eyes were filled with determination. He had to kill Jun Xiaoyao and take the opportunity he had with him. With a cracking sound, the Void Swordsman crushed the jade seal. In an instant, his aura erupted like a volcano, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. His strength had recovered to its peak. At the same time, Jade Fuozi and the third prince crushed their jade seals. Their auras skyrocketed as the shackles on their bodies were removed. Their strength was completely revealed. Although it's only 15 minutes, it's enough to end the battle. Jun Xiaoyao, come on. Jade Fuozi's Buddha heart calmed down when he sensed that his strength had returned to its original level. The strength of the three of them had recovered to the peak, and they had regained their confidence. However, what surprised them was Jun Xiaoyao didn't move at all. Jun Xiaoyao, are you seeking your own death? Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't crush the jade seal, the Void Sword Master raised his eyebrows. He said, "Why would I need to crush the jade seal to deal with you?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and chuckled. What, you want to fight the three of us with only 40% of your strength? A cold light flashed in the third prince's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was blatantly looking down on them. The strength of the three of them had recovered to its peak, but Jun Xiaoyao still wanted to fight them with only 40% of his strength. If this wasn't contempt, then what was? 40% of my strength is too much, Jun Xiaoyao said. A lion hunting a rabbit? You still need to use your full strength? It seems that Jun Xiaoyao doesn't know this, Jade Fuozi said. There's no need to say more. Only 15 minutes? Kill him. The Void Sword Master attacked first. His constitution was the Void body, plus he had comprehended half of the space book. Therefore, his attack speed was also the fastest. He took a step forward as if he had crossed the void. The long sword in his hand stabbed toward Jun Xiaoyao. This time he used his full strength unlike before. 60% of his strength was suppressed. Jun Xiaoyao also took a step forward and used the speed of the Kunpeng. Then he flicked his finger and it landed on the blade. He pushed the immortal body of the Daluo immortal to the extreme. His finger was even harder than divine gold. With a clang, the blade of the Void Sword Master was shattered. Jun Xiaoyao turned his finger into a fist and punched the Void Sword Master. The Void Sword Master hurriedly blocked with his sword, but the vast divine power still caused the Void Sword Master to be shocked. His body flew back like a cannonball. What? The third prince and Jade Fozi were stunned. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore and attacked right away. In the dojo outside Hellstar, everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Jade Fozi and the other two had crushed the Jade Seal and recovered their full strength in 15 minutes. Just when everyone thought that Jun Xiaoyao would crush the Jade Seal as well and take on the three giants in a complete state, he did so. They were shocked to find that Jun Xiaoyao still hadn't used the Jade Seal. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was only using 40% of his strength to fight the three powerhouses. This was absolutely incomparably shocking, making one's heart tremble. What shocked them even more was that the Void Sword Master was still sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. While everyone outside the arena was still in shock, Jun Xiaoyao continued to overwhelm Yi Futian with overwhelming force. For strands of deity qi surrounded him. Even if he could only use 40% of his strength, it was still shocking enough. Together with 100,000 divine elephant granules and the immortal body of the Daluo immortal. Even if Jun Xiaoyao could only use 40% of his strength, it was still easy to deal with Jade Fozi and the others. He punched with deity light and 4 strands of deity qi at the third prince of the sea god. The third prince of the sea god also resisted the attack with 2 strands of deity qi, but he was completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao's 4 strands of deity qi. Even his deity qi was on the verge of collapsing. With a furious roar, the Ocean King's trident, which was imbued with the mystical powers of the god of the sea, was thrown at Jun Xiaoyao again. Do you really think I can't break it? Jun Xiaoyao held his hand up and brought out the cauldron of myriad qi. Wisps of myriad qi rained down, bringing with them a heavy will. Read by Mimi is that when Jun Xiaoyao took out the myriad qi cauldron, the eyes of the little girl in the form of the immortal Marrow Emperor glittered like never before. It was as if she had seen the thing she wanted the most. Meanwhile, the myriad qi cauldron was flying at the third prince of the sea god. The third prince of the sea god defended himself with the Ocean Emperor trident. However, to his astonishment, cracks began to spread on his Ocean Emperor trident as the myriad qi cauldron suppressed it. Impossible! The third prince of the sea god roared madly. It was a supreme weapon. How could it be destroyed so easily? Suppress! Jun Xiaoyao activated the mystical qi conjured from the myriad origin qi once again, raining it down. With a loud bang, the Sea King's trident was crushed to pieces. The fragments that flew out pierced the third prince of the sea god, turning his body into a sieve. Then, the myriad qi cauldron suppressed him completely. Wisps of deity qi poured down like the sky and the earth. Puff! The third prince of the sea god was crushed into a meat patty by the myriad qi cauldron. Chapter 559. One of the 3 overlords, the third prince of the sea god, had died under the myriad qi cauldron. Moreover, his death was extremely miserable. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Only a pile of minced meat that made one's body go cold was left behind. You're next. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. Mysterious spatial runes bloomed under his feet. It was the manifestation of the Kunpeng's extreme speed. Jun Xiaoyao held the myriad qi cauldron in his hand and attacked the Void Swordsman again. Billion space annihilation technique. The Void Swordsman had goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly resisted and performed a powerful move. His void body was pushed to the extreme. He mobilized the surrounding spatial power and 2 strands of immortal chi. The sword seemed to be able to destroy billions of layers of space. The space was filled with sharp sword chi. However, Jun Xiaoyao's move was simple and direct. He pushed the myriad chi cauldron forward. All the sword chi along the way exploded when they collided with the myriad chi cauldron. Oh no! The Void Swordsman's heart trembled. He stepped forward and used spatial power to escape. However, Jun Xiaoyao had also comprehended half of the space scroll. He had mastered spatial power and cultivated the Kuan Peng's grand superpower. He was faster than the Void Swordsman. Bang! Jun Xiaoyao pushed the myriad chi cauldron as if he was pushing a giant star. It shattered the Void Swordsman and the space around him. The Void Swordsman's body was shattered. Even his primordial spirit was crushed. In the blink of an eye, the second overlord had died. Jade Fozi was stunned. He didn't even have time to react. In just a few breaths, the third prince of the sea god and the Void Swordsman had both died. Yu Fozi's heart turned cold at that instant. Jun Xiaoyao held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and looked at Jade Fozi indifferently. You Buddhists talk about karma. Previously, when I killed the Western Paradise's Buddhist son, Fa Hai, and Buddhist daughter, Miao Wuxin, you thought that this divine son would definitely receive retribution. But now, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Jun Xiaoyao, even if you don't receive retribution now, you will definitely receive retribution in the future. Although Yu Fozi tried his best to remain calm, his voice still trembled slightly. Even if there is karma in this world, let's see if this karma dares to fall on the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's voice faded. He raised his hand. Within his Dantian's spirit sea, the origin of the universe in his god's origin surged out. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand. The power of the origin of the universe transformed into dazzling divine chains of order, intertwining into a wisp of eternal light. Was it Jun Xiaoyao's self-created divine ability? Genesis, light of God. Jun Xiaoyao rarely used such a self-created ability, after all. This was because not many people were worthy of him using this move. Not even Jade Fozi was qualified. However, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to end the battle quickly, so he used this trump card. That wisp of light seemed to have come from the beginning of the universe. The first wisp of light that was born illuminated the endless darkness. Everything in the world seemed to be returning to the origin under this wisp of light. It disappeared into nothingness. Feeling this extremely terrifying power, Jade Fozi was shocked. He put his hands together and chanted sutras. He had also unleashed his strongest move, Thousand-Armed Buddha, Bodhi Sai. The phantom of a thousand-armed Buddha appeared behind Jade Fozi. 1,000 palms struck out at the same time, turning into a jade-colored Buddha seal that seemed to be able to suppress the 3,000 worlds. The ultimate moves collided, turning the surrounding ground into dust. If it weren't for the second anti-immortal seal, the entire 18th level of the infernal star might have collapsed. Under this tremor, the dusty soil in the deepest part of the 18th level of the infernal star fell down. A door that seemed to lead to the netherworld was revealed. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know yet. The dazzling light deprived everyone of their vision. Even the people in the outer dojos couldn't see the specific situation. Everyone was curious about who had won and who had lost. Kong Xian's heart was in her mouth. Under everyone's gaze, the light slowly dissipated. A huge pit appeared where it had been. Jun Xiaoyao stood where he was calmly, his white robe spotless. Jade Fozi, who was opposite him, had disappeared. Strictly speaking, Jade Fozi's entire body had been annihilated in the divine light, leaving not even a speck of dust. This was the terrifying power of Jun Xiaoyao's own Tao, combined with the power of the universe's origin and evolve divine powers. I wonder when I'll be able to comprehend the second move. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised by this result. This move was enough to kill the little tycoons. If it didn't work, he would add another move. So far, the 3 little tycoons had all died in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao didn't crush the jade seal. In other words, he fought the 3 little tycoons at their peak with only 40% of his strength and killed them all. If this battle result were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Emperor Road. Now, the dojos outside the Infernal Star were in an uproar. Oh my God! The son of God of the Jun family killed the 3 little tycoons with only 40% of his strength. Am I dreaming? Download the Mimi Reading app to read forever for free. If 40% of his strength is already so terrifying, who can stop the son of God of the Jun family if he goes all out? Even Yi Guqin, the first on the Barren Sky Saint leaderboard, can't beat him, right? Exclamation! Shock! Awe! All kinds of expressions and emotions appeared in the eyes of the Sky Prides. Even Chongming Supreme couldn't help but sigh deeply and say to himself, "The rumors of the immortal battle are true. The son of God of the Jun family is indeed worthy of the title of Invincible Saint." Invincible Saint was not a title that just anyone could bear. Only those who were truly invincible in the saint stage were qualified to bear this title. Otherwise, it would be a joke if they were defeated so easily. Chongming Supreme had heard that Jun Xiaoyao had killed 100 saints with a single cauldron, but he still didn't believe it. After all, it was too shocking. However, Jun Xiaoyao had proven it with facts. That rumor wasn't false. Haha, that long-haired bald donkey is finally dead. What do you think, bitch? Do you know how powerful my master is now? The 9-headed lion danced with joy. Kong Xian was petrified as if her soul had been taken away. The Arhat whom she admired the most was no match for Jun Xiaoyao. The disparity was too great, and she couldn't accept it in a short period of time, no matter how noisy the outside world was. On the 18th level of the Infernal Star, Jun Xiaoyao looked calm. Killing the 3 little tycoons was nothing special to him. It was just a matter of convenience. His main target was the 19th level of the Infernal Star. However, before that, Jun Xiaoyao still had some errands to take care of. He first walked to the Void Swordmaster and took away his spatial artifact. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile as he probed with his divine consciousness. As expected, he obtained the remaining half of the space book. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao was the owner of 2 heavenly tomes. The remaining 7 owners of the heavenly tomes must live well. Wait for the Son of God to harvest you. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Chapter 560. After obtaining the complete space tome, Jun Xiaoyao relaxed a little. He turned his head again and looked at the expressionless little rock king with a numb expression. He shook his head inwardly. Looks like you still failed. After sighing, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of his triple life primordial spirit and poured it into the golden-winged rock's mind. He discovered that there was a golden seed in the golden-winged rock's primordial spirit. It must be the seed that Jade Fozi had planted with his expiation technique. However, now that Jade Fozi was dead, the seed no longer had any binding power. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit stirred slightly and destroyed the seed. The golden-winged rock's body trembled, and his numb eyes gradually regained some luster, as if awakened from a dream. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao in front of him and recalled what had happened before. "Thank you, Son of God, for saving me. It looks like I still failed." The golden-winged rock looked ashamed. "It's all right. You don't have to worry about Jade Fozi anymore." Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Could it be? The golden-winged rock's eyes widened. The golden-winged rock was filled with emotions after learning that Jun Xiaoyao had casually killed Jade Fozi and the other 2 giants. He was truly impressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Next, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on the little girl who had taken the form of the immortal Marrow King. He slowly approached the little lowly, and his nose caught a whiff of a fragrance that made one's pores open. So it really is the ginseng fruit? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Little brother, don't eat me. I don't taste good. The little girl shrank back, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. If this scene was seen by some bronze-refining warlocks with certain fetishes, they would probably go crazy and turn into wolves. Even if they didn't have such fetishes, the immortal Marrow King was still very attractive to ordinary cultivators. Not to mention a transformed immortal Marrow King. How should I deal with it? Should I refine the arms first, the legs, or stew it in a pot? Jun Xiaoyao wondered if he should throw the immortal Marrow King into the heaven and earth furnace to refine it. The little girl was so frightened that she burst into tears. Soybean-sized tears flowed out of her big eyes. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and wiped the tears on the little girl's face and carefully studied her. The little girl was stunned. She never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would suddenly wipe her tears so gently. Jun Xiaoyao's attention, however, was focused on the tears. Immortal Marrow King's tears? Jun Xiaoyao was astonished. This little Lolita's entire body was a treasure, and her tears were all rare immortal Marrow King's tears. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao had a bold conjecture. The other liquids that the little girl shed might also be rare treasures. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs could only be used for a while, but raising chickens to lay eggs could be used forever. As if sensing the hesitation in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the little girl's survival instincts exploded. She hurriedly shouted, "Little brother is so good-looking and handsome. You can't be a bad person, right? Although you've just been born, it seems that you're not stupid. You're telling the truth." Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He decided not to deal with the little girl now. Anyway, he had just condensed his 4th strand of immortal qi. He was not in a hurry to condense his 5th strand of immortal qi. Sensing that the dangerous look in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes had disappeared, the little girl heaved a sigh of relief. However, she blinked and said with a longing look, "Little brother?" Earlier, that cauldron, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. Then he took out the myriad qi cauldron. When she saw the myriad qi rolling in the myriad qi cauldron, the little girl's face was filled with longing. "You want the myriad qi?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. The little girl hurriedly nodded her little head. Jun Xiaoyao pondered and then separated a strand of myriad qi. What happened next, however, left even Jun Xiaoyao dumbfounded. This little lowly actually opened her small cherry mouth and swallowed the myriad origin qi in one gulp. That works. Jun Xiaoyao was really surprised. Although the myriad qi was a rare treasure, it was not something that anyone could absorb. Ordinary geniuses could not even withstand a strand of myriad qi. Their bodies would be crushed. Jun Xiaoyao was able to use the myriad qi to temper his body because he had the sacred body of the ancients and the immortal body of Daluo. However, the little girl in front of him swallowed the myriad qi. Can you give me a little more? I'm not full." The little girl twisted her fingers and said embarrassedly, "Interesting." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. It felt as if he had found a new toy. He once again split out a few strands of myriad qi, and the little lowly did not reject them, swallowing them all into her little stomach. Her aura began to rise. Her entire body seemed to have become more solid and pure. If I continue to cultivate her, can I really cultivate a little sacred spirit? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. A sacred spirit formed from divine gold was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors and emperors of the ancients. The level of the king of immortal marrow was actually not inferior to divine gold. If the little girl really had such potential, it would be a waste to refine her directly. Should I treat her as food and kill her after she's fattened up? Or should I keep her as a pet and cultivate her into a little sacred spirit in the future? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Then he asked, "What is your name?" I don't have a name," the little girl said weakly. "Since you're the king of immortal marrow in human form, I'll call you Xiao Xian. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. The cute little girl Xiao Xian was a good name. Xiao Xian, I was pleasantly surprised. At least this meant that Jun Xiaoyao would not eat her for the time being. Little Rock King, look after her. I have something to do, Jun Xiaoyao said to the golden-winged rock. Could it be? Son of God, you want to? The golden-winged rock seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to challenge the 19th level of the Infernal Star again? I also want to see what the 19th level of the Infernal Star looks like, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. The golden-winged rock was truly shocked. Ordinary people would stay away from any of the Infernal Star's 7 mysteries, not daring to get involved in any of them. But Jun Xiaoyao knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but he still chose to go there. But what made them speechless was that Jun Xiaoyao actually came out of the Bronze Immortal Palace. After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and continued walking with his hands behind his back. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, the golden-winged rock had a feeling that Jun Xiaoyao would create another shocking miracle. Chapter 561. At the dojo outside the Infernal Star. Everyone was still in a state of shock from what had just happened. The fall of the 3 overlords was no doubt big news on the Emperor Road. It would cause a stir in the entire Emperor Road. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was able to easily take out the 3 giants with only 40% of his strength. That would undoubtedly become a hot topic for everyone to talk about. The son of God of the Jun family has completed his mission. It's time for him to come out. Something's not right. Look, is the son of God of the Jun family going deeper? What is he trying to do? Is he going to enter the 19th level of the Infernal Star? The 19th level of the Infernal Star is one of the 7 wonders. It's a forbidden place. Without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao's actions caused yet another huge commotion in the training hall. No one expected Jun Xiaoyao to really choose to go deeper. Isn't Master too stubborn? The 9-headed lion was also speechless. Can he pass the 19th level of the Infernal Star? Kong Xian was still in a daze. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had refreshed her understanding of his strength. She did not know if Jun Xiaoyao could create another miracle. As expected of the son of God of the Jun family. Chongming Supreme shook his head and smiled. The reason why he came in person was to see what Jun Xiaoyao would choose. Now it seemed that Jun Xiaoyao was still Jun Xiaoyao. It would be strange if Jun Xiaoyao did not explore the 19th level of the Infernal Star. The entire dojo was in an uproar. In the depths of the Infernal Star, Jun Xiaoyao walked with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he encountered many earth demons and heavenly demons. There were even many earth demon emperors and heavenly demon emperors. However, they were all killed by Jun Xiaoyao. The title of Invincible Saint was not just for show. In this realm, Jun Xiaoyao was almost invincible. Jun Xiaoyao even had the ability to fight above his level. Even a Saint King or a Supreme Saint would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao easily. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao arrived in front of a large door. The door was mottled and dark, as if it had been watered with blood. An ominous resentment pervaded the air, as if it was the gate to the netherworld. Is this the entrance to the 19th level of Hellstar? Jun Xiaoyao sized him up. Just the door alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Geniuses with weaker Tao hearts would have their minds shaken. If they got close, they would be branded by some mysterious curse power and die in extreme pain and madness. However, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was shining with immortal light and surging with golden radiance. The evil-repelling power of the sacred body of the ancients was brought to its fullest at that very moment. Jun Xiaoyao was like a god of endless light, suppressing all evil. Jun Xiaoyao pushed open the door without hesitation. Jun Xiaoyao felt the world around him spin as soon as he pushed the door open. He was unable to see anything clearly, as if he had been thrown into a dark universe all of a sudden, after an unknown amount of time. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed to have suddenly lit up. There were mountains all around, as if it was the base of a certain force. Senior brother, it's impossible between you and me. You're the one I love. You're the hero who dominated the Emperor Road. All of a sudden, a female voice was heard. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, a pure and beautiful woman appeared. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with disdain in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. Instead, he heard a voice in his ear. It sounded like him, but at the same time it didn't sound like him. Junior sister, I'll go to the Emperor Road. I'll prove to you that I have the ability to protect you. Hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao was confused. Did he really say those words himself? How could he be such a bootlicker? Senior brother, I'll wait. The day you become famous in the Emperor Road will be the day I marry you. This senior brother? His gaze was firm. He stepped onto the Emperor Road. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao realize that he seemed to have become a mass of consciousness living in someone else's body. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness gradually merged with that senior brother. What the hell is on the 19th level of the infernal star? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. This was simply strange. It was as if he was sitting in a movie theater and watching someone else's life. Jun Xiaoyao had thought about all kinds of dangers on the 19th level of the infernal star, but he didn't expect it to be so strange. Next, this senior brother resolutely stepped onto the Emperor's Road, filled with conviction. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was the center of attention and stood above all beings, this senior brother was a little ordinary. He was just an inconspicuous outer disciple from a first-class force. Walking the Emperor Road was no different from walking to his death. As expected, not long after stepping onto the Emperor Road, this poor senior brother was completely defeated by a genius from a top force. How can an ant like you complete the Emperor Road? Ha, what a joke! The genius stepped on that senior brother's head and stomped it into the ground. Then his entire head exploded. Jun Xiaoyao felt very strange. It was as if his head had been stomped to pieces. If it were any other genius, they would definitely go crazy in the face of such a thing. Jun Xiaoyao, however, found it very novel. At this time, a blood-sobbing voice could be heard. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Why am I the one who's buried in the Emperor Road? This voice was bone-piercing and filled with tears. He was even able to vaguely sense that his own consciousness seemed to have been infected as well. He seemed to have become that senior brother, with unwillingness and resentment, as if he was going to turn into a demonic consciousness that cursed everything. I see. Is this the test of the 19th level of the infernal star? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao came to a sudden realization. The infernal star was rumored to be formed by the accumulated resentment of countless cultivators who were buried on the Emperor Road. The 19th level was the place where the resentment gathered. These resentment wanted to assimilate Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao would fall into endless madness and stay here forever, becoming a part of the resentment. No wonder those who entered the 19th level of the infernal star by chance never came out. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. However, this test did not seem too scary now. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still naive. After the senior brother, that his consciousness resided and had his head stomped to pieces. A moment later, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness recovered again. This time, he became a young man of the monster race. This monster race lineage was persecuted by a powerful force. This young man of the monster race swore to become stronger and protect his lineage. Then he resolutely stepped onto the Emperor Road in search of the path to become stronger. The result was obvious. He did not make it through many levels before his chest was pierced by a human sky pride. No, I can't accept this. I want to become stronger. I want to protect my clan and my kin. Blood flowed out of the young man's mouth as he screamed in despair. The strong live and the weak die. You think you can protect your own race? The sky pride of the human race snickered in disdain. Ah, I hate you. In the end, the young man of the monster race's body exploded and his primordial spirit shattered. However, the endless resentment and cursed power did not dissipate for a long time. This was the truth of the Emperor Road. Except for a few dazzling geniuses like Jun Xiaoyao, most of the other cultivators and living beings who stepped onto the Emperor Road were insignificant waves in the ocean. A small wave pounced over and disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace was left behind. The Emperor Road was a pile of bones, and what remained were their bones. Chapter 562. It had to be said that the 19th level of Infernal Star was very strange. It did not have the straightforward danger, but it was subtly driving people crazy. Next, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have experienced endless reincarnation. He was a high-spirited young cultivator, but in the end he was buried in the Emperor Road. He was a young man who wanted to revitalize his family, but he was mercilessly slaughtered in the Emperor Road. He even experienced the infatuation of a woman who stepped onto the Emperor Road to pursue the sky pride she admired. In the end, she did not even get to see the sky pride once until her death. The sky pride did not even know of her existence. Resentment, hatred, and unwillingness, all kinds of negative emotions began to invade Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness like poison. This was the unwillingness of the countless living beings who were buried in the Emperor Road. How could someone be so high and mighty? How could they be the skeletons who paved the road? The power of resentment was very terrifying. Even Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives showed signs of darkening. Mahavarakana. Jun Xiaoyao activated the Rilai mantra. A panicked Mahavarakana Dharma form appeared, trying to suppress the evil spirits. However, the monstrous resentment was too terrifying. Even Mahavarakana could not suppress it. The 19th level of Infernal Star is indeed dangerous. Although there is no obvious killing intent, it secretly kills people without leaving a trace. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would be very vulnerable in the face of this kind of corruption. If they were not careful, their defenses would be broken. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have been reincarnated thousands of times. However, only a little more than a month had passed in the outside world. In this more than a month, almost all the Sky Prides who were training in Infernal Star had returned. The entire Infernal Star was about to close. Mui Wehan, Golden Winged Rock, and Xiao Xianer, who was transformed from the immortal Marrow King, had also returned. Some of the Sky Prides looked at Xiao Xianer with fiery eyes, but they did not dare to do anything. This was because Xiao Xianer belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. No one knew if Jun Xiaoyao could make it out of the 19th level of Hellstar. However, after witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's strength, no one dared to test him again. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. It's been more than a month, and the son of God of the Jun family still hasn't come out. That's right. I heard that at the end of the 18th stage of the Emperor Road, the Barren Heaven battlefield will open soon. When the time comes, all the Sky Prides will gather there to fight for the seal of proving doctrine and obtain the title of Emperor Road King. The Barren Heaven battlefield is the ultimate training ground on the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Imperial Road. There are endless opportunities there. If I can get the legendary seal of proving the way, I'll be at least a quasi-emperor in the future. If the son of God of the Jun family participates, even if he doesn't become the king of the Emperor Road, he would at least be able to obtain a seal of proving principles. But looking at the current situation, whether or not the Jun family's son of God will be able to come out is another matter. The Sky Prides in the training hall were all discussing. If they could get a seal of proving the way, it would be extremely beneficial for them to embark on the ultimate ancient path. If they could obtain the title of Emperor Road King, they could almost be said to be the leader of the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Imperial Road. They would have endless glory and honor. With Jun Xiaoyao's current strength and performance, He was one of the most likely people to fight for this honor. But now, more than a month had passed, and the Infernal Star was closed. Jun Xiaoyao did not make any moves at all. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao's outstanding performance before, many people would even think that Jun Xiaoyao would have been defeated. However, the situation was indeed as some people thought. Jun Xiaoyao's situation was indeed not very good. Previously, he was able to come out of the Bronze Immortal Palace safely because of various factors. The most important factor was the karma between the Bronze Immortal Palace and the ghost-masked woman. Moreover, he had an inexplicable karma with the ghost-masked woman. It was because of this relationship that Jun Xiaoyao could treat the Bronze Immortal Palace as his home. If it were anyone else who entered, even if they were supremes, they would have been killed. But the 19th level of the Infernal Star was different. This incredible place had no karma with Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao could only rely on himself to get through this level. For the outside world, it was just a short month. But for Jun Xiaoyao, who was deep in the 19th level of the Infernal Star, it felt like thousands of reincarnations. He had possessed countless geniuses who had fallen on the Emperor Road. Each time, he died with endless despair. If it happened once or twice, he might not feel anything. But when a person experienced that kind of endless despair thousands of times, that kind of abyss-like death, no one could guarantee that they would not go crazy. At least, if it were any other geniuses, even if they were supremes, they would not be able to last as long as Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's invincible heart of the path had been tempered countless times. It would not collapse so easily. But even so, facing this kind of endless torture, even Jun Xiaoyao felt a little tired. This is a torturous level, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The power of his primordial spirit began to fade gradually. Layers of pitch-black resentment and sin tainted his primordial spirit. Finally, after going through thousands of reincarnations, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was almost pure black. At that moment, even Jun Xiaoyao himself was powerless to reverse the situation. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to use his last resort and fight to the death, a fragmented ancient talisman suddenly floated into the air. This is... Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before he recalled what had happened. This was the broken ancient talisman he had taken from Wang Teng in the Bronze Immortal Palace. This broken ancient talisman was engraved with the word chaos, which had the power to protect the primordial spirit. Even if Wang Teng's primordial spirit was destroyed, he could use this to recover. And now, this broken ancient talisman was emitting a faint light again, like a spark in the darkness. As the broken ancient talisman was activated, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely saw a majestic figure gradually appear. A sonorous and powerful voice, filled with an incomparably tenacious, will sounded in his ears. In the first half of my life, I fought thousands of battles and lost all of them. I didn't win once. After I lost all of them, I turned from a saint to a demon, reversed yin and yang, and reversed life and death. In the second half of my life, I fought thousands of battles and won all of them. I didn't lose once. The deafening voice resounded in Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness. The incomplete ancient talisman also released an immeasurable amount of divine light, illuminating the boundless darkness. Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness was disturbed and woke up like a sleeping lion. These words reminded him of a person who could be called a legend among the emperors. Emperor Ancient Chaos, a great emperor who had suffered thousands of defeats in his life. It could be said that he was an anomaly among the great emperors. The other great emperors had shocked the world since they were born and were surrounded by glory. However, he had risen from nothing and recovered from the wilderness, one step at a time. He didn't win in the first half of his life, and he didn't lose in the second half of his life. Jun Xiaoyao had also read about the deeds of Emperor Ancient Chaos in some ancient books. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness shuddered as he glanced at the broken ancient talisman. Looking at the word chaos engraved on the ancient talisman, Jun Xiaoyao was finally sure. This broken ancient talisman was the Emperor Ancient Chaos Talisman. The Emperor Ancient Chaos Talisman. Chapter 563. Back in the Bronze Immortal Palace, when he saw this ancient talisman with the word chaos on it, Jun Xiaoyao had already guessed that it might have something to do with the legendary ancient Chaos Great Emperor. However, the word chaos alone was not enough to confirm that this ancient talisman was related to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. After all, it was not uncommon to see experts with the word chaos. But now this ancient talisman had automatically awakened in this desperate situation, which undoubtedly proved that it belonged to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. It was the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's imperial weapon, the ancient Chaos Talisman. However, it was rumored that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor had two imperial weapons, one for offense and one for defense. The one for offense was called the ancient Chaos Axe. The one for defense was the ancient Chaos Talisman. It seems that Wang Teng was the protagonist of Heaven and Earth, the son of destiny. It was possible for him to obtain the complete inheritance of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, but I intercepted him halfway. Jun Xiaoyao could not help but feel relieved. At this moment, this half of the ancient Chaos Talisman had automatically awakened. It was probably because of the special situation at hand. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor was unyielding throughout his life. He fought against heaven, earth, and fate. However, these losers of the Emperor Road only knew how to curse heaven and earth. These negative emotions were the complete opposite of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's will. Therefore, the ancient Chaos Talisman had been activated. The ancient Chaos Talisman released an infinite amount of divine light, illuminating the darkness. It was as if a majestic figure was holding a giant axe, trying to cut off the endless reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao was also energized. With his own willpower, he might be able to escape from this reincarnation if he fought with his life. However, with the help of the ancient Chaos Talisman, Jun Xiaoyao was no doubt more relaxed. Endless resentment is just the clamor of ants. The road to becoming a king is paved with countless corpses. You are only fit to become dead souls and bones, cursing heaven and earth. I, Jun Xiaoyao, will step over your bones and reach the supreme peak. Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness said coldly. He did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the living beings and cultivators who had died in the Emperor Road. The strong lived, the weak died. Survival of the fittest. This was the law of the world. What was the use of complaining about heaven and earth and fate? Everyone had their own destiny. Some were born to be kings, some became bandits. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was the one destined to become king. Beneath his feet was destined to be paved with endless corpses. The 19th level of hell? So what? Break for me. Jun Xiaoyao let out a clear whistle, and his white robe fluttered. His hair, accompanied by the radiance of the ancient Chaos Talisman, the endless reincarnation. It was broken. The ancient chaos was torn. What replaced it was a dark red world that looked like purgatory. Many skeletons, vengeful spirits, dead spirits, and earth demons. Heavenly demon, demon emperor, emperor god, Emperor Road. Jun Xiaoyao held the cauldron of myriad qi in one hand and crushed the jade seal with the other. Ancient shackles, was to be broken. Great is time. Unleash his full strength. Ancient Jun Xiaoyao pushed the myriad qi cauldron with one hand like a god pushing an ancient star, crushing all obstacles before him. In fact, compared to the previous reincarnation heart refinement stage, deal with these existences, it was even easier. Jun Xiaoyao could unleash his full strength? How terrifying! A ray of divine light could annihilate an area. A 6 paths of reincarnation fist could easily destroy an earth demon emperor. Jun Xiaoyao was unstoppable throughout his journey. Nothing was able to stop him. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao entered the depths of the 19th level of Infernal Star. Jun Xiaoyao found that there were countless red, lotus-like flames blooming here. This is Red Lotus Hellfire. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Red Lotus Hellfire was a flame formed by the power of sin. What the fire burned was sin and karma. Many geniuses were buried on the Emperor Road. The resentment of countless geniuses formed a vast amount of sin and karma gathering here. Even a supreme being would tremble if they came here. Once the power of sin and karma touched one's body, it would be difficult to get rid of it, as it would implicate oneself. After all, who dared to say that they had not sinned? Who dared to say that they had not been tainted by karma? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that the supreme being bone in his chest seemed to be slightly hot. Just as he was about to investigate, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the check-in location. Do you wish to check in? Check in, Jun Xiaoyao said in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star reward, Sin Immortal Qi. As the system's voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly noticed that a dark red immortal qi with endless power of sin and karma had appeared out of thin air in his body. On the surface of the immortal qi, there seemed to be a thin layer of red lotus hellfire. It was the sin immortal qi. There's already an immortal qi? Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. If the other geniuses knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. After all, they had worked hard and put in a lot of effort to condense immortal qi before finally succeeding. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao was able to get a whiff of mystical aura just by checking in once. This was basically free. Counting the sin immortal qi, Jun Xiaoyao already had 5 immortal qi in his body unknowingly. This was a very terrifying number. If I could get immortal qi every time I sign in, then I wouldn't have to spend so much effort to condense immortal qi. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, but he was just joking. Sign-in opportunities were randomly refreshed, and it was impossible to get immortal qi every time he signed in. This time, it was an unexpected surprise. So in the future, Jun Xiaoyao still had to obediently condense immortal qi on his own. With the condensation of the sin immortal qi, the red lotus hellfire and the power of sin here were no longer a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, because there was no more path ahead. Instead, there was a wall. It was a wall made up of endless bones and flesh, and it looked very creepy. And in the center of the wall, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a woman in a blood-red dress. Her black hair was also blood-red, and it flowed down like a flowing river of blood. Although her face was beautiful, there were many strange black curse patterns on it. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be flowing with blood and fire, burning with endless red lotus hellfire. How long has it been? Someone else has come here. The strange woman said in a gloomy voice, "You are." Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. "I, Goddess Eternal Calamity, am in charge of the sin tribulation. This is the 19th level of the Infernal Star. Living people can enter but not leave." The woman named Goddess Eternal Calamity said coldly. What she meant was that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to get out alive. "Oh, you can take the life of this son of God." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He didn't sense any irresistible pressure from Goddess Eternal Calamity. In other words, Goddess Eternal Calamity was not a top-notch expert. She was more like the spokesperson chosen by the countless cultivators and resentful spirits who had fallen on the Emperor Road. She was in charge of the sin tribulation. Mimi reading app, not to mention saints, even supremes can escape the punishment of the sin tribulation. Goddess Eternal Calamity stretched out her hand, and the red lotus hellfire around her turned into entangled fire snakes that rushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao stood in place with his hands behind his back. He didn't resist at all, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. On the surface of his body, Dark red sin immortal chi appeared. Chapter 564. The dark red sinful immortal chi was like flowing lava, carrying with it endless sins and tribulations. At the same time, a thin layer of red lotus hellfire curled around it. When Jun Xiaoyao brought out the sinful immortal chi, the red lotus hellfire turned into a fire snake and landed on him, but it did not cause any ripples. Even Goddess Eternal Calamity was stunned. She had never encountered such a situation. Any living being, regardless of their cultivation level, would be affected by her as long as they had karma, tribulations, and sins. But now, the sinful immortal chi on Jun Xiaoyao's body made Goddess Eternal Calamity's eyes flash with surprise. Immortal chi condensed from sins? How is this possible? Goddess Eternal Calamity found it unbelievable. The power of sin was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. All living beings in the world were creating karma. If the world was compared to a furnace, then karma was the flame under the furnace. The three realms were in chaos, like a burning house. Everyone was suffering, and it was terrifying. Even some of the top experts found it difficult to completely eradicate their sins. Moreover, he was just a young genius. The world was like a furnace, and Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be standing outside of it. This was why Goddess Eternal Calamity found it unbelievable. It seems that your means are useless against me. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Goddess Eternal Calamity naturally did not know that there was something called a system in the world. In her opinion, Jun Xiaoyao could not condense the sinful immortal chi with his own power. Don't be complacent. All living beings in the world can't escape the restraints of karma. Since I can't punish you with sins, I'll kill you with karma. Goddess Eternal Calamity was still unwilling to give up. No one had ever been able to leave the 19th level of Infernal Star. Jun Xiaoyao naturally could not break this rule. She attacked again. The red lotus hellfire around her boiled, and countless illusions appeared, as if the karma of countless living beings was flowing. Jun Xiaoyao was surrounded by this energy, but his expression was as usual. At this moment, Goddess Eternal Calamity seemed to have sensed something, and her expression changed dramatically. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with horror in her eyes. That's right, it was fear. It was as if he had seen some kind of great horror that should not exist in this world. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Goddess Eternal Calamity shook her head frantically. His expression was one of shock. Seeing Goddess Eternal Calamity's abnormal reaction, Jun Xiaoyao felt a little strange. Goddess of Eternal Calamity said that she wanted to bind Jun Xiaoyao with karma, but Jun Xiaoyao himself didn't feel anything strange. I haven't even felt anything yet, and you're already crazy? Jun Xiaoyao found the whole thing inconceivable. How is that possible? Is your past a complete blank? There's no karma, no connection. All living things in the world. Were they all related? Was it because of fate? Why don't you have anything? Like a person who doesn't exist in this world? Goddess Eternal Calamity's face was filled with shock and even a hint of fear. It was said that the 19 levels of hell were strange. However, the Jun Xiaoyao in front of her maid Goddess of Eternal Calamity feel even more creepy and terrifying. He was clearly a living person who existed in this world. Why didn't he have any past or karma? This was truly like seeing a ghost in the flesh. Oh, I see. Jun Xiaoyao heard Goddess Eternal Calamity's ravings. Now he understood. It turned out that it was because he was not connected by karma. Is it because I'm a time traveler? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this point. He was a time traveler. Strictly speaking, he was not completely a creature of this world. And Jun Xiaoyao was originally, he didn't care about karma or fate. As long as he was strong enough, he could decide everything. Why is it like this? No, is it because Goddess Eternal Calamity thought of a certain possibility? Is he the legendary fateless one who ranks first among the 3,000 constitutions? Goddess Eternal Calamity thought to herself. The 3,000 constitutions were the most amazing ones in the world since ancient times. Those who ranked in the top hundreds all had extremely rare constitutions. Those who ranked in the top 100 were all geniuses. Those who ranked in the top 30 were absolute geniuses, such as Polychoria, Bones of Supremacy, Emperor Physique, Innate Taoist Embryo, and so on. Those who ranked in the top 10 were the only ones in history. The sacred body of the ancients, the tyrant body of the heavens, the divine body of chaos, and so on were among them. In fact, it was difficult to completely distinguish between these top-notch constitutions. After all, constitutions were one thing, and personal strength was another. The sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the heavens had been competing for countless years, but there was no clear winner. However, there was one constitution that was an exception. This constitution ranked first among the 3,000 constitutions, firmly suppressing the other constitutions. Since ancient times, the ranking had not changed. He was none other than a legendary fateless one. Fateless, one jumped out of the 3 realms, and did not belong to the 5 elements. There was no fate, no karma. No one could investigate their past, and no one could predict their future. This was the only anomaly in the world since ancient times. They were not connected by karma and did not fall into the mortal world. This kind of constitution did not seem to have any fancy abilities, but it was the most terrifying, because with this kind of constitution, it was equivalent to a person who did not exist. Not to mention great emperors. Even real immortals could not grasp the river of fate of this kind of person. How terrifying was an existence that even immortals could not see. However, it was also because this kind of constitution was so heaven-defying that it had never been found since ancient times. Some people even doubted whether such a constitution existed, or could it be that he had just made it up? However, some people believed that if such a constitution did exist, it would be impossible to be discovered. After all, fateless ones were inherently difficult to divine and control. Even Goddess Eternal Calamity only had such a guess and did not dare to confirm it. In any case, Jun Xiaoyao was definitely an anomaly. Even she could not do anything about it. Goddess Eternal Calamity said, "How many years has it been to meet someone like you? The biggest anomaly in the world. You will suffer many tribulations, even without me doing anything." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I have gone through more than one tribulation. It seems that the heavens are helpless against me for the time being." Goddess Eternal Calamity sighed helplessly and said, "You are indeed unique. You are not connected by karma, sin, or the mortal world." Could it be that the taboo of the 19th level of hell was going to be broken because of Jun Xiaoyao? "Go," Goddess Eternal Calamity said. Her ability was so terrifying that even paragons were afraid of her. However, she could not do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao really was a legendary fateless one, he would be able to do so. She was merely the goddess of eternal calamity, so it was even more impossible for her to threaten Jun Xiaoyao. "It seems that you can't do anything to the Son of God," Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful look in his eyes. He stepped forward and approached Goddess Eternal Calamity. "What are you doing?" Goddess Eternal Calamity was startled, and her eyes were filled with vigilance. Chapter 565. Goddess Eternal Calamity admitted that she couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. But then again, it was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to do anything to her. The 19th level of Infernal Star was her home ground. There was an endless stream of energy flowing into her body at every moment. Therefore, Goddess Eternal Calamity was almost indestructible on the 19th level, unless Jun Xiaoyao could destroy the entire Infernal Star. Jun Xiaoyao walked up to Goddess Eternal Calamity and reached out to pinch her chin. "Don't act all high and mighty in front of me, the Son of God. You're just a cultivator who died on the Emperor Road. You're just a living being formed by the accumulation of karma and resentment. If you really piss me off, it's not impossible for me to destroy the entire infernal star. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't do it himself. However, the power behind him was able to do so. So what else do you want? Goddess Eternal Calamity was wary of Jun Xiaoyao because she suspected that he was a fateless one, but didn't do anything. Ordinary women would have blushed and their hearts raced if they were so close to Jun Xiaoyao, but Goddess Eternal Calamity didn't. She was a living being formed by the accumulation of karma and resentment. She had almost no human emotions. You're not bad. You're qualified to be my follower, the Son of God, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao intended to create followers like his father, the God King 8. Therefore, he had always been paying attention and looking for those talents that could catch his eye. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had 3 followers. Yu, the successor of the ancient monarchs. Yan Qingying, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. Goddess Eternal Calamity had a special background, but she had the terrifying ability to control karma and sin. She was indeed a rare talent. What? You want to take me as your follower? Even Goddess Eternal Calamity was a little stunned. Her beautiful cheeks, branded with black runes, froze. Who is she? The ruler of the 19th level of Infernal Star, the embodiment of the power of sin. It was feared by countless people and became one of the 7 legendary, inconceivable existences. And now, Jun Xiaoyao actually said that he wanted to take her in as a follower. This was simply insane. Are you joking? Goddess Eternal Calamity asked coldly. Judging from your words and actions, you must have your own thoughts and soul. Are you so willing to stay in this God-forsaken place? And you, to put it nicely, are the controller of karma. To put it bluntly, you're just a puppet of those vengeful spirits. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like thorns stabbing into Goddess Eternal Tribulation's heart. Indeed, the meaning of her birth was nothing more than the resentment of countless Emperor Road cultivators. To put it bluntly, he was just a tool. Furthermore, his freedom would be forever restricted. You wield the power of karma, yet you are unable to sever your own karma. Isn't that also a form of sorrow? Jun Xiaoyao said. What did he think? He was like a scammer trying to trick people. And Goddess Eternal Calamity had always stayed on the 19th level of Infernal Star. To a certain extent, her thinking was quite simple. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was full of evil tricks, she still seemed very naive. And to tell you the truth, only I have the ability to give you freedom and promise to let you get rid of the shackles of resentment. You can obtain true freedom. Jun Xiaoyao continued to persuade her. Goddess Eternal Calamity was finally moved. She said, Can you really give me freedom? Of course. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. But I can't leave Infernal Star, and Infernal Star is the source of my power. If I leave, my power will weaken a lot, Goddess Eternal Calamity said. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I will naturally come back in the future. I will take you out. As for the source of power, I will think of a way when the time comes. And with your talent, even if you don't rely on Infernal Star, your strength will not be weak in the future, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then all right. Goddess Eternal Calamity nodded. She really wanted to get rid of the influence of resentment and obtain freedom. Jun Xiaoyao had only awakened this desire of hers. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Since Goddess Eternal Calamity had agreed, this was also karma. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was not able to take Goddess Eternal Calamity out by himself. But there would definitely be a chance in the future. What's next? Are you going to leave? Goddess Eternal Calamity asked. Of course not. It's not easy to come to the 19th level of Infernal Star. How can I leave so easily? Jun Xiaoyao said. When he entered the depths of Infernal Star, the supreme bone in his chest had been burning. Could it be that my supreme bone's 3rd superpower is about to awaken? Jun Xiaoyao asked suspiciously. The first superpower of his supreme bone was the power of heaven, and the second superpower was the power of reincarnation. Could the third superpower be the power of sin? Jun Xiaoyao thought, sat down cross-legged, and activated the supreme bone. In an instant, the supreme bone shone with a dazzling light, and a terrifying suction force burst out. The power of sin and the red lotus hellfire in the surroundings surged toward Jun Xiaoyao's chest like rivers flowing into the sea. This was a shocking scene. Goddess Eternal Calamity also took a deep breath. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to undergo such a change. It seems that the third superpower of my supreme bone is indeed related to the power of sin. If that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao opened his hands and activated the supreme bone with all his strength. Thousands of karmas, all on my body. Eternal sin, return to my body. Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone swallowed the endless power of sin from the 19th level of Infernal Star. He seemed to have become the center of Infernal Star. A terrifying power seemed to be gradually brewing, gathering and awakening in Jun Xiaoyao's chest. The dazzling supreme bone in his chest also seemed to be stained. It began to be stained with a dark red color, with a demonic will and power of sin. Obviously, the power of the third superpower of the supreme bone would be very strange and terrifying. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone did not have much of a sense of existence, because Jun Xiaoyao could defeat everything with just his sacred body of the ancients. He did not need to use the supreme bone. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone's third superpower was about to awaken, and the power of the bone would also be displayed. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have some kind of enlightenment. Karma, sin, creation, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He sat cross-legged on the spot, and a wisp of sin immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. The endless power of sin formed a cocoon and wrapped him inside. When Goddess Eternal Calamity saw this, she was also shocked. She had never seen anyone who could use the power of sin so skillfully. Is this the power of a fateless one? Goddess Eternal Calamity thought to herself. If Jun Xiaoyao was really a legendary fateless one, being his follower would not be a humiliation, but an honor. Jun Xiaoyao had been in this state for a long time. More than half a year had passed unknowingly. The training ground outside the Infernal Star was in a hubbub. Everyone was talking about Jun Xiaoyao. Chapter 566. It's been more than half a year, and the son of God of the Jun family still hasn't come out of the 19th level of the Infernal Star. Is he really dead? I don't think so. When the son of God of the Jun family entered the Bronze Immortal Palace, he only came out after a long time. No one knows if the divine child of the Jun family has really fallen or if he's just developing in a wretched manner without waiting for a few years. The barren heaven battlefield of the 18th level of the Emperor Road is about to open. If the son of God of the Jun family doesn't come out, won't he miss the chance to get the seal of Proving Doctrine? Many geniuses were whispering to each other. The seal of Proving Doctrine was very important. It was the recognition of the heavenly path. The geniuses who obtained the seal of Proving Doctrine would have a great advantage when they tried to prove their way in the future. Many of the geniuses who were qualified to step onto the ancient road of ultimate destination had obtained the seal of Proving Doctrine. The geniuses who had merged with the seal of Proving Doctrine were far stronger than those who had not. It could be said that if one did not obtain the seal of Proving Doctrine, they would be looked down upon by the geniuses of the other mystic realms, even if they stepped onto the ancient road of ultimate destination. Because of this, many geniuses of the Emperor Road of the Huangtian mystic realm began to gather at the barren heaven battlefield of the 18th level of the Emperor Road. The sooner they entered, the higher their chances of finding the seal of Proving Doctrine. Other than that, there were other opportunities in the barren heaven battlefield. The inheritance of a supreme being was nothing. Even the opportunity to become a boundary emperor might appear. Why hasn't Master come out yet? The nine-headed lion was also bored. Then he glanced at Kong Xian and curled his lips. Your master is dead. Why haven't you left yet? You want to take my seat as a mount? Dream on. The nine-headed lion thought that Kong Xian was addicted to being ridden by Jun Xiaoyao and did not want to leave. This made the nine-headed lion feel a sense of crisis. The competition to be a mount was so fierce these days. I'm just curious if Jun Xiaoyao can walk out of the 19th level, Kong Xian said. Until now, she still could not accept the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had killed Jade Fozi so easily. She wanted to see with her own eyes if Jun Xiaoyao could create this impossible miracle again. Is there even a need to doubt it? The word miracle was created especially for my master. The nine-headed lion grinned. It had completely become Jun Xiaoyao's boasting. The golden-winged little rock king, Muiwehan, and Xiao Xian did not leave either. Why isn't little brother coming out yet? Xian, or his stomach is already shriveling from hunger. Xiao Xian frowned and said, at first, she was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would refine her. Is of life? She wouldn't leave even if Jun Xiaoyao were to chase her away. The golden-winged little rock king was helpless when he saw this. This little Xian's appetite was too picky. Oft? Tea halves? She didn't even look at him. Perhaps only immortal essence? Of of heaven precious? T.S. of treasure, of course of that. I believe that Lord Son of God will come out safely, Muiwehan said firmly. They did not go to the Emperor Road's 18 stages to participate in the barren heaven battlefield. Instead, they chose to wait here. While they were waiting, the news of Jun Xiaoyao killing the 3 figureheads and entering the Infernal Star's 19 levels had caused an uproar in the Emperor Road. Could it be? From the Emperor Road's 1st stage to the 18th stage? Every city stage? Many sky prides were discussing Jun Xiaoyao. Isn't that Jun family's son of God a little too terrifying? He killed Jade Fozi and the other 2 figureheads with just 40% of his strength. Yeah, and the Jun family's son of God has cultivated 4 strands of immortal chi. He's a freak. Even on the ancient road? A sky pride who can cultivate 4 strands of immortal chi? That's rare. The Jun family's son of God hasn't even set foot on the ancient road yet, and he's already so powerful. It's a pity that the Jun family's son of God was too impulsive and entered the Infernal Star's 19 levels. Although it's hard to say if he'll die, he might miss the opening of the barren heaven battlefield. Some sky prides felt that it was a pity that Jun Xiaoyao was too impulsive. If he missed the barren heaven battlefield and failed to obtain the seal of proving doctrine, it would be a great loss. The entire Emperor Road was talking about Jun Xiaoyao's deeds. Therefore, it was inevitable that the news would gradually spread from the Emperor Road. The Heavenly Void Starfield was a starfield outside the Huangtian mystic realm. It had more than a dozen ancient planets with life. At that moment, an old, furious voice came from a palace deep in the starry sky of the Heavenly Void ancient starfield. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you kill my disciple? Good, very good. An old man in a white robe was in the palace. His face was red, twisted, and ferocious. He was the master of the Void Swordmaster, the strongest honorable swordsman in the Heavenly Void Starfield. The Void Swordmaster had no faction or sect behind him. He only had the honorable swordsman as his master. The honorable swordsman only had the Void Swordmaster as his disciple. He almost treated the Void Swordmaster as half a son. The honorable swordsman was the one who found the Void Book on the Void Swordmaster and gave it to the Void Swordmaster. Multi-source app, Mimi Reed. It was obvious that the honorable swordsman doted on the Void Swordmaster. However, that disciple whom he had high hopes for was killed by Jun Xiaoyao without a second thought. It was obvious that this hatred would not end until one of them was dead. Damn it. My disciple is so strong and has cultivated half a space book. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily. It must be that Jun Xiaoyao who oppressed my disciple with his background. The more the honorable swordmaster thought about it, the angrier he became. He did not want to believe that the disciple that he had carefully cultivated would be killed by Jun Xiaoyao as if he was sweeping away trash. Therefore, he thought that Jun Xiaoyao must have oppressed his disciple with the background of the Jun family. Disciple, don't worry. I won't let this go so easily. The Jun family is strong, and I can't afford to offend them. However, I still have the ability to secretly kill Jun Xiaoyao. The Honorable Swordmaster's eyes were cold. He did not think that Jun Xiaoyao would die on the 19th level of the Infernal Star. He wanted to avenge his disciple personally. As long as I bear with it and wait for Jun Xiaoyao to leave the Emperor Road, I will find a chance to secretly kill him, the Honorable Swordmaster said to himself coldly. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded. Who is it? The Honorable Swordmaster felt his hair stand on end. He was terrified. This was his dojo. Normally, no one would dare to step into the heavenly void ancient star zone. The Honorable Swordmaster turned around and saw two gray-robed figures. One of them was an elder in a gray robe, and the other was a gray-robed child who was about 10 years old. You are. The Honorable Swordmaster sensed that something was wrong. You dare to plot against the successor of the Jun family. I have to say that you are very brave. The gray-robed elder grinned. The Honorable Swordmaster was shocked when he heard that. He was overwhelmed with shock. The gray-robed child snorted and said, Why are you talking nonsense? How dare you plot against the darling of the Jun family? Kill him. Then he raised his hand and a golden octagonal ancient mirror appeared. It was engraved with the patterns of the 8 trigrams. The mirror seemed to reflect the 3,000 greater worlds. A vast emperor's aura spread out and suppressed all directions. The Honorable Swordmaster almost stopped breathing. A chill ran down his spine. When this ancient golden mirror appeared, he completely understood everything. Boom! A golden light beam that could destroy everything shot out from the ancient mirror. The Honorable Swordmaster did not even have the chance to struggle. He was directly turned into ashes by this attack. The most powerful honorable in the Heavenly Void Ancient Star Zone was killed in one move. Chapter 567. If the other cultivators in the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield saw this, they would definitely be shocked to the core. This was the most powerful supreme in the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield. Not only that, but he was also very famous in the surrounding ancient starfields. In the end, he was killed in a single move. He died in such a straightforward manner. Looking at the ashes of the Honorable Void Sword, the 16th ancestor put away the Sky Emperor mirror and snorted. What an idiot. He offended the Jun family. I'm afraid he won't even be able to reincarnate. Xiaoyao, this child, how long has it been since he stepped on the Emperor's road? He has already created such a shocking record. The 18th ancestor chuckled, his voice full of pride. The Jun family did not interfere with the Emperor's road. However, they were paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao's every move. Previously, they heard that Jun Xiaoyao had killed Jade Fozi, the Sword Master of the Void, and the third prince of the Sea God. They were keeping an eye out, intending to get rid of some hidden dangers for Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor came to the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield. If the Honorable Void Sword had behaved himself and did not want revenge, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor would not have killed him. But what could he do? He had brought this upon himself. The Honorable Void Sword was courting death by scheming against Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, he could not blame them for taking action. The 19th level of the Infernal Star shouldn't be too much of a problem for Xiaoyao, right? The 18th ancestor said lightly. It's just a slightly more difficult test. It's nothing. If something goes wrong, we'll just wipe out the Infernal Star. They were very confident that Jun Xiaoyao could pass the 19th level of the Infernal Star. At the same time, in another vast ancient starfield. This ancient starfield was blue. There were more than 10 ancient life stars. All of them were blue and most of them were oceans. This was the ancient Sea King starfield. At this moment, in the central main star, in a magnificent and luxurious underwater palace. Damn it, my son died just like that. Inside the palace, a blue-haired middle-aged man in golden armor was sitting on a throne inlaid with pearls, crystals, and other rare treasures. He let out a furious roar. Below him stood 2 rows of experts. Among them, the one with the weakest cultivation. He was also in the great sage realm. There were even 6 to 7 supreme being experts. Was this an extremely powerful force, comparable to an undying power? But now, these experts also lowered their heads, not daring to get into trouble. The middle-aged man who was roaring angrily, he was the ruler of the Sea King Ancient Star Zone, the Sea King. Most of the territories in the Ancient Star Field had many experts. Everything was under his control. From this it could be seen, the Ocean King's forces were terrifying. Your Majesty, you must avenge our son. Wasn't his death too tragic? That son of God of the June family will die a horrible death. Beside the throne, a beautiful woman with a delicate face was sobbing. She sobbed. She was the sea god's 3rd prince's mother and the Sea King's most beloved concubine. Don't I hate him? It's just that Jun Xiaoyao's identity is difficult to deal with. The Sea King's face was gloomy. He was like a furious lion, although he had quite a number of descendants. But the strongest and most talented among them was still the sea god's 3rd prince. The Sea King also valued the 3rd prince very much. He even thought of passing the throne to him in the future. However, his son, who he thought of as his successor, died tragically on Emperor Road. With the Sea King's temperament, he would definitely pay back 100-fold for killing his son. But the person who killed him was Jun Xiaoyao. He was known as one of the most untouchable people in the Huangtian mystic realm. Although the Sea King had witnessed the battle of the immortals in the Huangtian mystic realm, he had heard about it. Now, no one dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao unless they had a death wish. Let's think about this at length. The Sea King clenched his fists tightly. He was not stupid. How could a fool control the Sea King Ancient Star Zone? On the contrary, after the Sea King heard the news, he had temporarily calmed down from his initial rage. It would be difficult to take revenge. It was almost impossible, unless the Sea King Ancient Star Zone could develop to a point where the Jun family would be wary. Otherwise, he would die if he made a move now. As for assassination, the Sea King believed that the Jun family was not that stupid. If Jun Xiaoyao died, the Sea King Ancient Star Zone would be the first suspect. What? Your Majesty, do you mean that you won't avenge our son? The beautiful woman heard the Sea King's words and screamed. A mother's status depended on her son. Now that she had lost the 3rd prince, the beautiful woman was not only heartbroken because of the loss of her son, but she was also afraid that her status would plummet. If the 3rd prince had not died, she would have been the Empress Dowager of the Sea King Ancient Star Zone. It was because of this that the beautiful woman hated Jun Xiaoyao, who killed the 3rd prince to the extreme. Then what do you think we should do? The Sea King said irritably, I don't care. Jun Xiaoyao must die, and we can't let him die so easily. We must skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and tear him into pieces. The beautiful woman's tone was full of hatred and resentment. The Sea King sighed deeply when he heard this. It was basically impossible. Right at this moment, a charming female voice suddenly sounded. Oh, although we are all women, I have to say that women are the most vicious. Who is it? Hearing this voice, the Sea King and the other powerhouses were shocked and shouted coldly. Boom! The next moment, the top of the palace exploded. Even the seawater was split in two, revealing the blue sky. A magnificent and ancient bronze palace, filled with a sense of desolation, broke through the air and descended. For figures slowly stepped out of the bronze palace. They were a blind old man, a crippled old man, a charming woman, and a parrot. At first glance, they looked like the most ordinary beings in the world. However, at this moment, even a fool knew that they were definitely the 4 supreme beings that should not be provoked. This is the Bronze Immortal Palace. You are. The Sea King's breathing stopped and his mind went blank when he saw this. How dare you target the master of the monarch imperial court? You are very bold. Feng Xionyang smiled slightly and was as charming as a flower. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the ancient Sea King Star region felt a chill run down their spine. The Jun family was not the only one who became famous in the immortal battle. There was also a rising immortal force, a force that was specially created by Jun Xiaoyao, the monarch imperial court. The 4 people in front of them were the 4 supreme elders of the monarch imperial court. Oh my God, for supreme mystic venerables! Some of the powerhouses of the ancient Sea King Star region felt their legs go soft. Not to mention the other forces of the monarch imperial court. Just these 4 supreme mystic venerables alone were enough to completely destroy the entire ancient Sea King Star region. Chapter 568. The ancient Sea King Starfield had some supreme beings. However, there were no supreme mystic venerables. Now that the 4 supreme mystic venerables had arrived, the supreme beings of the ancient Sea King Starfield were panicking. The Sea King's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he quickly calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "So it's the 4 supreme elders of the Emperor's court. I apologize for not going out to meet you." Hearing this, Feng Xionyang smiled and said, "Cut the crap. We heard what this woman said just now. She insulted the Emperor's court. What should we do?" This. The Sea King was shocked. The beautiful woman beside him was scared out of her wits. Her face was pale, as if she had been smeared with a layer of powder. Her body was trembling like a quail. Let her have a taste of what she said just now. Otherwise, the Emperor's court won't let this go, Feng Xionyang said with a smile. That's right. If you don't know what's good for you, then burn, rob, and kill them all. The parrot shouted in a duck-like voice. During the immortal battle, the Emperor's court had confiscated the Wang family's property. The parrot was addicted to it. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was so scared that she almost convulsed. Tears and snot flowed down her face. She knelt before the Sea King and said, "Your Majesty, you can't treat me like this." The Sea King's hand trembled slightly. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. His eyes flashed with determination. On one side was the entire ancient Sea King Starfield, and on the other side was his beloved concubine. The Sea King knew which was more important. "Don't blame me." The Sea King's eyes flashed with coldness. "No," the beautiful woman screamed. What followed was an extremely bloody scene. The beautiful woman had cursed Jun Xiaoyao viciously. She said that she would skin Jun Xiaoyao, pull out his tendons, and tear him into pieces. However, she was the first to taste the extreme pain. The beautiful woman was skinned alive and had her tendons pulled out. In the end, she was ground into a pile of flesh and blood. Is this enough? The Sea King breathed heavily. His face was red and slightly distorted. As the king of the ancient star field, was he being threatened? He was being tortured to death by his beloved concubine. Spread the word? He would be ridiculed by everyone. Do you think that's enough? Feng Xionyang turned around and asked, "Why go through so much trouble? Destroy it." "I think so too." "Quack, quack, that's great. We can burn, kill, and loot again." The parrot was so excited that its feathers stood up. "Are you toying with me?" Upon hearing this, the Sea King exploded. "Do you believe a woman's words?" Feng Xionyang didn't mind at all. An old blind man snapped his fingers. Spatial vortexes began to appear in the void. Numerous figures walked out from within. It was the army of the immortal ancient world. The dawn immortal of immortal ancients, 4 great races, experts like Ao Tsangyuan. They also led their own elites out in full force. "How dare you!" the Sea King bellowed. He completely understood what was going on. Did the monarch dynasty plan to destroy the ancient Sea King Starfield from the very beginning? No matter what their attitude was, The monarch imperial court is still developing? How should I put it? They lack money and food. An old blind man stroked his beard and smiled. Although the monarch dynasty had the support of the Jun family, how could they develop? They still needed a huge amount of resources and foundation. Where would they come from? The simplest way? Of course, they would rob them. And the ancient Sea King Starfield gave the monarch dynasty an excuse to send out troops. If they massacred the ancient Starfield for no reason, it would obviously affect the monarch dynasty's reputation. But now it didn't matter. With Jun Xiaoyao as an excuse, they could openly attack. The Sea King wasn't stupid. He thought for a moment and understood. His blue hair danced in the wind as he roared. The monarch dynasty has gone too far. Kill. An old blind man didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. The monarch dynasty's immortal ancient army attacked together with the four of them. Even if all the experts in the ancient Sea King Starfield joined forces, they still wouldn't have a chance of winning. Monarch dynasty, if you want to destroy the ancient Sea King Starfield, you will have to pay. Monarch weapon, come out. The Sea King roared. A trident that was covered in golden light pierced out from the bottom of the sea with a vast monarch aura. It was the supreme monarch weapon of the ancient Sea King Starfield, the sea god's trident. The sea god's trident of the third prince was a replica of the sea god's trident. At this moment, the real monarch weapon appeared and its power surged. Monarch weapon? Fang Xianyang tilted her head. Then, with a loud bang, 5 monarch weapons appeared in the bronze immortal palace, other than the spoils of war from the immortal battle. There was the Qilin wheel, the phoenix wing golden centipede, the wild crocodile's broken tooth, and the northern emperor ruler. There was also a wheel that slowly rotated with a vast aura as if it had formed the 6 paths of reincarnation, crushing all enemies in the world. It was the monarch weapon of the reincarnation demon sect, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. But now it belonged to the monarch dynasty. When the 5 monarch weapons appeared, all the experts in the ancient Sea King Starfield were dumbfounded. Their bodies stiffened as if their souls had been sucked out. Which immortal force could take out 5 monarch weapons at once? In the Huangtian mystic realm, apart from the Jun family, only the monarch dynasty could do so. The Sea King's face turned pale. His body trembled as if he was about to fall to the ground. It's over. The Sea King muttered to himself. Who would have thought that the third prince of the sea god would lead to the destruction of the entire ancient Sea King Starfield? Needless to say, the monarch dynasty's power was more than enough to destroy an ancient Sea King Starfield. More than 10 ancient planets with life had been destroyed. The monarch dynasty's troops were like locusts passing through. Wherever they went, there would be nothing left. It was as if they had learned from Jun Xiaoyao's teachings. But this time, they dug up the roots and left no leeway. In the end, the entire ancient Sea King Starfield was destroyed. All the forces related to the Sea King were wiped out. Obviously, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. It didn't take long for the entire Huangtian mystic realm to know. The most powerful sovereign of the heavenly void ancient Starfield, the Swordmaster of the Void, had fallen. As for the ancient Sea King Starfield, it was almost completely destroyed. Then they thought of the news that Jun Xiaoyao had killed the 3 little tycoons in the Emperor Road. Everyone instantly understood. For a moment, all the forces were shocked. Just because they had offended Jun Xiaoyao, the people and forces behind the third prince of the sea god and the Swordmaster of the Void had been wiped out. Everyone sighed. In the Huangtian mystic realm, one could offend anyone but the son of God of the Jun family. Otherwise, not only would they die, but they might also implicate the families and forces behind them. As for the little Western paradise, it was the first to express its stance. Everything was predestined. Yu Fuzi's death was also predestined. As for the Buddhists, they would not have any thoughts of revenge. Everything was up to fate. After that, the little Western paradise announced that it would be temporarily closed for a period of time. Some cultivators went to the Little Western Paradise to investigate and found that the Little Western Paradise had already raised a protective array. Is this necessary? Many people thought to themselves. The Little Western Paradise was an immortal sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. How could they be so cowardly? Chapter 569. However, some forces could understand Little Western Paradise's cautious approach. After all, the June family was used to being domineering, and now there was the even more domineering imperial court. With the two forces working together, even Little Western Paradise would have to bow their heads. What made the Western Paradise feel relieved was that the June family didn't come to find trouble with them. It was not that the June family did not dare to provoke them, but Little Western Paradise was not so despicable as to secretly plot against June Xiaoyao. Since June Xiaoyao was not a threat, the June family naturally did not bother to do anything. However, the disturbance this time around had clearly made people aware of it. The June family could not be provoked. June Xiaoyao could not be provoked. The incident in the Huangtian mystic realm lasted for a while before it quieted down. The destruction of an ancient star zone was just a topic for the immortal forces of the Huangtian mystic realm. However, the incident on the Emperor Road did not stop. In the depths of the Emperor Road's 18 levels, the opening of the Huangtian battlefield had undoubtedly set off a storm. Many ambitious geniuses stepped into the barren heaven battlefield, intending to fight for the heavenly fate realm. The June family, Lord Grimm, Junling Song and other sequences, the Jiang family, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli and others, the Ji family, Ji Qingyi and others, the demon god palaces, Yan Rameng, the celestial demon cults, Xiao Maxian, Long Shu Huang, Huang Zhuyan, and the descendant of the crocodile ancestor, Yu, Yan Qingying, Princess Longji, and others who had made a name for themselves on the Emperor Road were all preparing to enter the Huangtian battlefield. In addition, many monstrous geniuses from the ancient star zone were also preparing to enter. In the depths of the Emperor Road's 18 levels, on an immeasurable mountain peak that towered into the stars, a black-robed figure with a cold face stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the deep starry sky in the distance. He carried a blood-stained sword on his back. The biting cold sword aura caused the stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall. In the distance, some geniuses had been paying attention to this place. The young man in black was the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi clan, Yi Guqin, ranked first on the barren sky saint ranking. June Xiaoyao, not only are you not dead, you have become even stronger. I'm afraid even the 19th level of Infernal Star will not be able to trap you, Yi Guqin said calmly. June Xiaoyao, this was a name that people could not help but revere when it was mentioned. But when it came from Yi Guqin's mouth, there was only fighting spirit in his eyes. There was no other emotion. In the past, in the Huangtian mystic realm, Yi Guqin had once said that kings do not meet kings. But now the king and the king were about to meet. In my hands, only the tip of the sword is 3 feet long and invincible, reincarnating and cultivating all over again just to be defeated. As soon as Yi Guqin finished speaking, the Imperial Slayer's sword on his back, it released a monstrous sword light that directly cut down the many stars suspended in the starry sky. June Xiaoyao, what if you come out? At the end of the Huangtian battlefield, we will fight in the heavenly law arena. As soon as he finished speaking, countless stars in the starry sky exploded at the same time, as if the curtains had been drawn for this peak battle. Is Yi Guqin challenging June Xiaoyao? Interesting. Very interesting. This will be the ultimate battle of the geniuses on this Emperor Road. In the distance, many of the geniuses who were paying attention to Yi Guqin, their eyes were filled with excitement. These two people, one of them was the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon. He cut off his past and reconstructed his true self. Not long after he stepped onto the Emperor Road, he took first place on the Huangtian saint ranking. The other person was the son of God of the June family, who had never been defeated since he was born. He was known as the Invincible Saint and the number one of the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. If these two people were to fight, there was no doubt that it would be the most dazzling battle in the entire Emperor Road. Oh no, I have to go bet. Who do you think will win? Don't rush. The son of God of the June family may not be able to come out of the 19th level of the infernal star. But no matter what, if the son of God of the June family comes out, he will definitely come. Then there will be something to see. This will be the battle for the throne of the Emperor Road. It could be said that Yi Guqin's battle this time had ignited the atmosphere of the entire Emperor Road. Amidst such heated emotions, the barren heaven battlefield finally opened. It was an ancient and vast battlefield, located at the end of the Huangtian mystic realm's Emperor Road's 18 levels. In this vast ancient battlefield, there were supreme treasures, opportunities for quasi-emperors, divine gold, elixirs of immortality, immortal marrow veins, and all kinds of treasures and opportunities that were tempting. Of course, there was also the thing that all geniuses yearned for the most, the seal of proving the way. There was more than one seal of proving the way. Generally speaking, it was already very impressive for a genius to get one seal of proving the way. However, there were some extremely talented geniuses who could even get 2 or 3. Even on the ancient road, these geniuses were definitely the top geniuses. With the desire to prove the way in their hearts, many geniuses stepped into the barren heaven battlefield. It was destined to be a blood-stained battlefield. Of course, there were also some geniuses who were waiting for Jun Xiaoyao to appear, such as the golden-winged rock, Muiwahan and Kong Xian. They did not go to the barren heaven battlefield. Instead, they waited for Jun Xiaoyao. This wait lasted for another year. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 or 4 years since the Emperor Road opened. Most of the geniuses who stepped onto the Emperor Road had fallen. A small number of them had worn out their will and stayed in the city along the way, or left quietly. The remaining geniuses who could step into the barren heaven battlefield were all giants among men. Their talent, strength, and temperament were all flawless in all aspects. Only these geniuses were qualified to step onto the ancient road and compete with the geniuses from the other mystic realms. During this year, there was also a lot of news that spread from the barren heaven battlefield. For example, Long Shuhuang, who had the dragon phoenix body, obtained an opportunity in the barren heaven battlefield and cultivated 3 strands of immortal qi, shocking the entire battlefield. He even had a conflict with Princess Long Ji, an ancient freak from the Zulong Azure dragon bloodline, and injured her in the end. There was also Huang Juyan, an ancient freak from the Wanhuang spirit mountain. Some people said that his phoenix rebirth incantation had undergone nirvana 8 times. When he underwent the final nirvana 9 times, he would be able to trace his origin and possess a pure bloodline comparable to the descendants of the ancient emperors. There was also the descendant of the crocodile ancestor, who was extremely ferocious and had devoured more than one small powerhouse. What puzzled some people was that Yi Guqin, who was ranked first on the barren heaven saint ranking, did not have any battle results. That was because no one dared to casually compete with him. Since no one dared to compete with him, Yi Guqin naturally did not have any shocking battle results. However, wasn't this the most shocking battle result? Apart from these people, there were also many stories of geniuses spreading. Recently, the most eye-catching news was related to the Jiang family's goddess, Jiang Xingyi. There were rumors that Jiang Xingyi seemed to have found a divine fetus in some ancient ruins in the barren heaven battlefield. This undoubtedly caused an uproar in the entire barren heaven battlefield. It was rumored that a divine fetus was the energy source left behind by a remnant immortal. Previously, in the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained a drop of blood from a remnant immortal, which had attracted many covetous eyes. Moreover, it was a divine fetus. The birth of a divine fetus undoubtedly drove all the geniuses crazy. That might be the energy left behind by a remnant immortal. If we obtain it, we can cultivate at least 1 strand of immortal qi. I think it's more than 1. I think we can cultivate at least 2 strands of immortal chi. In the barren heaven battlefield, all the geniuses were tempted. In an instant, the Jiang family's goddess, Jiangxingyi, was pushed to the forefront of the storm. There were rumors that some small powerhouses had already begun to secretly form an alliance to obtain the divine fetus. Chapter 570. The entire barren heaven battlefield was in an uproar because of the birth of the divine fetus. The dojo outside the infernal star was equally lively. Most of the sky prides on the Emperor Road who did not go to the barren heaven battlefield came to watch the show. It's been more than a year. Why hasn't the June family's son of God shown any signs of coming out? Who knows? Maybe he's really dead. If that's the case, it's good news for the other sky prides. However, the barren heaven immortal realm might be weaker than the others in the ancient road contest. Previously, there was news that the other immortal realms had extremely powerful outlawed sky prides. It could be said that the era of great battles was really exciting. The sky prides rose and the kings competed for supremacy, while the sky prides in the dojo were discussing incessantly. On the 19th level of the infernal star, it was still a crimson world like a purgatory. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that the sinful karma here was much thinner. How is this possible? The infernal star has accumulated sinful karma for countless eras. More than half of it has been absorbed by him. Goddess Eternal Calamity's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. For more than a year, the cocoon formed by Jun Xiaoyao had been madly absorbing the sinful karma of the infernal star almost all the time. Even the tiniest bit of this terrifying power of sin was enough to destroy the physical body and soul of an ordinary sky pride. However, Jun Xiaoyao was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the sinful karma. Goddess Eternal Calamity even felt that her power had decreased a lot. Most of the infernal star's power had been absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao. So much sinful karma. Even a supremacy can't bear it. Is this the power of a fateless one? Now, Goddess Eternal Calamity was more and more certain that Jun Xiaoyao was a true fateless one. Only a fateless one would be able to absorb the karmic power of karma in such a way. This was because the power of karma could not affect him at all. It could not taint his body. While Goddess Eternal Calamity was secretly shocked, the cocoon that had been dormant for more than a year finally began to tremble. Cracks began to spread across the cocoon. At the same time, an aura that made even Goddess Eternal Calamity tremble erupted like a volcano. This aura was too powerful. It gave people the feeling that an ancient god was awakening. Boom! The entire cocoon burst open. An endless red lotus karmic fire surged out. The entire 19th level of Hellstar was shaking. Jun Xiaoyao, who was dressed in a peerless white robe, stepped out of the red lotus hellfire that filled the sky. He looked like a supreme god who had just awakened from the depths of hell. Step by step, he stepped forward. With every step he took, his aura would increase by a notch. His first step was the early stage of the saint stage. The second step was the middle stage of the saint stage. The third step was the late stage of the sage realm. His fourth step was the small perfection of the saint stage. He took the fifth step and reached the great circle of the sage stage. Jun Xiaoyao took 5 steps, and his cultivation level shot up by 5 minor levels. If an outsider were to see this, their heart would definitely stop beating. One had to know that this was the sage stage, not the divine bridge, unity, or Tao integration stages from before. In that realm, some geniuses might be able to make consecutive breakthroughs. However, in the sage stage, each minor level was comparable to the previous major level. It was extremely difficult to make consecutive breakthroughs. Even some monstrous geniuses found it difficult to do so. However, Jun Xiaoyao easily broke through 5 stages in a row. It was as simple as eating and drinking. A perfected saint, barely passable. Sensing his current level, Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. He was not too surprised. This was just a basic operation. Jun Xiaoyao had long been used to it. However, he had the title of Invincible Saint before. Now that he had broken through to the perfected saint realm, how much would his strength soar? Jun Xiaoyao himself would not know if he did not make a move. Of course, the realm was just a bonus. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about it. The main reason he went into seclusion this time was not to make a breakthrough. I've finally awakened the third superpower of the Supreme Bone. Feeling the scorching bone in his chest, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The Supreme Bone in his chest had absorbed an endless amount of sinful energy. It had long turned into a strange dark red color, filled with demonic intent and sinful energy. Jun Xiaoyao activated the Supreme Bone. A terrifying dark red demonic light surged out along with a red lotus hellfire. Ordinary geniuses would be entangled by endless sinful power, burned by the hellfire, and eventually turned into ashes. The third superpower of the Supreme Bone, sinful demonic light. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. The first superpower, light of tribulation. The second superpower, light of reincarnation. The third superpower, sinful demonic light. Of course, the sinful demonic light in front of him was only the embryonic form of the third superpower. After Jun Xiaoyao cultivated it further, it would transform into a complete superpower, just like the Hand of Heaven and the Tao Disc of Reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao controlled the Supreme Bone again. The sinful power dissipated, and the Supreme Bone became crystal clear again. That's not all, Jun Xiaoyao said with a deep look in his eyes. In this world where there is light, there is darkness. The first move of my origin, great path superpower, Genesis, is God's light. When light appears, darkness is also born. The endless karma and sinful power in the world are all the power of darkness. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself as if he had fallen into some kind of enlightenment. His hands began to evolve all kinds of mysterious paths. The origin energy of the universe surged out of the god's origin in his dantian, and this origin energy of the universe began to merge with the sinful power. This aura. In the distance, Goddess Eternal Calamity felt the dangerous aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao's sovereign bone was able to control the power of sin had already shocked her. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's body surged with a terrifying aura again. At the same time, there was another power that made Goddess Eternal Calamity wary. It was not the sinful power, but the origin energy of the universe. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao used the origin energy of the universe to merge with the sinful power. Countless dark red threads appeared around him. Those were sinful threads, the threads of karma. If anyone was entangled by them, they would suffer a great calamity and suffer great terror. Let's call this move God's punishment, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Sinful karma entangled, punishing all living beings. This was Jun Xiaoyao's origin great path superpower, the second move of Genesis, God's punishment. This move also meant that Jun Xiaoyao punished living beings on behalf of God. The second move, God's punishment, represents darkness, and the first move, God's light, represents light. If these two moves can be combined, Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to calculate whether he could combine these two moves to create an even more terrifying move that could destroy the world. At this moment, Goddess Eternal Calamity, who was watching from not far away, was so shocked that she could not speak. Her body was extremely stiff, as if it had been frozen. Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly among anomalies, a monster among monsters. Chapter 571. After pondering for a while, Jun Xiaoyao made his move again. He activated the cosmic origin energy again and slowly raised both his hands at the same time. In his left hand, a blinding divine light spread out. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the universe. In his right hand, the red lotus fire rose. The dark red, sinful karma thread appeared as if it was going to punish all living beings. Jun Xiaoyao used both the light of God and retribution of God at the same time. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was holding the life of light in his left hand and the darkness of sin in his right. He was like the god of destruction and rebirth, controlling life and death in the world. Then, Jun Xiaoyao slowly merged the two forces together. In an instant, a destructive wave swept out. The entire 19th level of the infernal star was shaking. Go! Jun Xiaoyao lashed out with one attack. Destructive shockwaves swept out, destroying everything in its path. Then, the wave broke through the barrier of the 19th level of the infernal star. Then it went on to the 18th level, the 17th level, the 16th level in the end, with a terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The vast and boundless wave of destruction directly pierced through the entire infernal star. Rumble. In the dojo outside the infernal star, many sky prides who were chatting suddenly felt a terrifying wave sweep out. It made their hair stand on end. What's going on? It's the infernal star. Something has happened to the infernal star. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family has come out? All the sky prides looked over at the same time. What? Master is coming out. The nine-headed lion, Golden Winged Rock, Muyue Han, Kong Xian, and the others looked over at the same time. Then all the sky prides in the dojo saw a shocking scene. A destructive wave pierced through the entire infernal star and spread out, destroying and shattering many of the surrounding stars. Hiss! Countless gasps could be heard. What kind of wave is that? Could it be that the unknown existence in the 19th level of the infernal star is angry? Terrifyingness is too terrifying. If I were to touch even the slightest bit of that fluctuation, I would definitely be smashed into pieces. Many geniuses had goosebumps all over their bodies. They had no idea that Jun Xiaoyao was the one behind all that commotion. He thought that something had happened in the 19th level of Hellstar. Doesn't that mean that the son of God of the Jun family is in danger? Some of the geniuses looked at each other, just as the geniuses outside were in a state of extreme shock. On the 19th level of Hellstar, goddess of eternal calamity gaped at the scene, unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Piercing through the infernal star in one move. What kind of power was this? More importantly, this was a divine ability that Jun Xiaoyao had created himself, not something that he had learned from somewhere else. This further demonstrated how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was. Not bad. Looking at the damage he had caused, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Right now, this was just a preliminary test, and its power did not disappoint him. In the future, it should be even more powerful. At this point, it was about time for Jun Xiaoyao to leave Hellstar. This time, he had gained a lot on Hellstar. He had condensed the Void Immortal Qi, signed in the Sin Immortal Qi, and obtained the King of Immortal Marrow. He had awakened the third divine ability of the Supreme Bone, comprehended the second move of Genesis, and his cultivation had broken through to the Sage Realm. In short, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had once again soared to a new level. The only one who could surpass Jun Xiaoyao was himself. On the other side, after Goddess of Eternal Calamity came back to her senses, she turned her head and looked at the outside of Hellstar that Jun Xiaoyao had pierced through. What is that? Looking at the twinkling stars, Goddess of Eternal Calamity was a little dazed. It's freedom, Jun Xiaoyao said. Goddess of Eternal Calamity hesitated for a while and said, I want to leave. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll take you away. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't take Goddess of Eternal Calamity away because the restrictions on the 19th level of Hellstar were too strong. However, after more than a year, Jun Xiaoyao had absorbed most of the sinful energy of Hellstar. The restrictions of the rules had also been greatly weakened. Jun Xiaoyao had even pierced through Hellstar with one move. He could now safely take Goddess of Eternal Calamity away. After leaving Hellstar, my strength will be weakened a lot, Goddess of Eternal Calamity said. The reason why even Supremes couldn't escape from the 19th level of Hellstar was mainly because of the power of Hellstar. Now that Goddess of Eternal Calamity had left Hellstar, she naturally couldn't have the power to destroy everything. It doesn't matter. Your talent is here. Follow me, and in the future, you will be able to see all the prosperity of this world. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Goddess of Eternal Calamity finally made up her mind and nodded. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and took the lead, walking out of the passage that had been pierced through. Goddess of Eternal Calamity followed behind. In the dojo outside Hellstar, many geniuses were craning their necks, trying to take a look. However, they didn't dare to get close, fearing that they would have something to do with the 19th level of Hellstar. While waiting like this, at the opening blasted open on Underworld Star, divine radiance shone brightly immortal while surging. A fairy-like figure in a white robe leisurely walked out from the deepest part of Hellstar with his hands behind his back. She looked as if she had just returned from a stroll somewhere. It's the son of God of the Jun family. He's out. He really came out from the 19th level of Hellstar. Oh my God, was it the son of God of the Jun family who had pierced through Hellstar before? Jun Xiaoyao's appearance undoubtedly set the entire place on fire, causing the place to explode with excitement. Nine-headed lion, golden-winged rock, Mui Wehan, Xiao Xianer, and Kong Xian rushed to the front. Kong Xian was stunned when she saw the figure. All she was waiting for was a result. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't make it out of the 19th level of Infernal Star, then Jade Fozi's death would be avenged. However, at this moment, looking at the white-robed Jun Xiaoyao, who had a calm expression on his face, despair filled Kong Xian's heart. Jun Xiaoyao, is he really invincible? Kong Xian asked in a daze. Avenge Jade Arhit? It was just a joke. However, before Kong Xian could come back to her senses, a voice suddenly rang out. The guardian of Hulao Pass, Chongming Prime, also showed himself. He smiled and was about to congratulate Jun Xiaoyao when he saw the figure behind Jun Xiaoyao. It was a woman in a red dress. Her jet black hair flowed down like a river of blood, and her face was cold and beautiful, and it was branded with strange black-colored curse markings. That could it be? Chongming Supreme's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His body trembled slightly. As the guardian of Hulao Pass, even though he had never entered the 19th level of Hellstar, he had vaguely heard some rumors. Could she be the existence from the 19th level of Hellstar? Chongming Supreme blurted out in astonishment. Chapter 572. As one of the Seven Wonders, not even Chongming Supreme dared to enter the 19th level of the Infernal Star. However, he had heard rumors that there was a being in the deepest part of the Infernal Star who controlled the sinful power of the entire Infernal Star. At that moment, the cold woman behind Jun Xiaoyao, who had an eerie air about her, seemed to have something to do with the 19th level of Infernal Star. What? The son of God of the Jun family brought out the being from the 19th level of the Infernal Star? Hearing Chongming Supreme's words, all the geniuses in the training hall were dumbfounded. They looked at Goddess of Eternal Calamity and stepped back, afraid that they would be implicated. Seeing this, Goddess of Eternal Calamity's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. She realized that the others seemed to be afraid of her and regarded her as a ghost. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any special feelings for her and was even willing to accept her as a follower. For a moment, Goddess of Eternal Calamity looked at the back of the white-robed figure in front of her with a slight change in her eyes. Yes, she is the being from the 19th level, but now she is a follower of the Son of God, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao come out of the 19th level unscathed, but he even kidnapped the forbidden being from the 19th level and accepted her as a follower. This was King ridiculous, as expected of the son of God of the Jun family. Chongming Supreme wiped the sweat on his forehead. What a fierce man. After a short moment of silence, all kinds of surprised, shocked, and admiring voices were heard. Jun Xiaoyao had refreshed everyone's understanding of him. The son of God of the Jun family broke through 2 of the 7 wonders. That's amazing. No one has ever done it before, and no one will do it in the future. Do you think the divine child of the Jun family will explore the remaining 5 incredible things? It's very possible. Don't forget that the Jun family has the title of the 8th wonder. I think that the son of God of the Jun family should be called the 9th most incredible individual, a female genius said with fanatical admiration in her eyes. That's right. The Jun family is the 8th most incredible family, and the Jun family son of God is the 9th most incredible family member. Even Jun Xiaoyao did not expect this. He now had another title of the 9th most incredible. Chongming Supreme left after flattering Qin Nan a little. He murmured that the younger generation would surpass him in time. Jun Xiaoyao walked over to Golden Winged Rock and the others. The surrounding geniuses all scattered because they were afraid of Goddess Eternally Calamity. Lord Son of God. Golden Winged Rock and the others cupped their fists. The closer they got to Jun Xiaoyao, the more they could sense it. Jun Xiaoyao exuded a powerful aura of might. It wasn't Jun Xiaoyao who deliberately spread the news. Instead, it flowed out naturally. If I may ask, Lord Son of God's current realm. Golden Winged Rock hesitated. Barely reached the sage, great perfection? Not fast, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. It wasn't a secret anyway. There was no need to hide it. What? Jun Xiaoyao's casual words fell into the ears of others. It was like a thunderclap. Sage great perfection. Since Jun Xiaoyao entered the Emperor Road until now, at the very most, it had only been 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao was only in his 20s. In terms of a cultivator's lifespan, he was as young as a baby. However, Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the sage great perfection. Oh my God! The Jun family's son of God crossed 5 realms in a single seclusion. Doesn't this mean that it won't be long before the Jun family's son of God becomes a sage king? Maybe the son of God will get the title of the youngest sage king in history again. Exclamation! Shock! Exclamation! Admiration! Kong Xian's delicate body trembled. Her pupils were trembling. She had completely accepted her fate. What jade Buddha! He wasn't even worthy of carrying Jun Xiaoyao's shoes. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. Maybe he can be the Jun family's son of God's mount? It's not a bad choice. Kong Xian had this idea. The son of God has such a cultivation level. It seems that the battle with Yi Guqin is going to be interesting. Although Yi Guqin is strong, the Jun family son of God is not to be trifled with either. After coming out of seclusion, his strength has skyrocketed to such an extent that he even took in the people on the 19th level as his followers. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that a lot of things had happened during his seclusion for more than a year. Let's go and find a place to talk, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes. Golden Winged Rock and the others followed behind. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard in Hulao Pass. As soon as they landed, Xiao Xian jumped in front of Jun Xiaoyao, her big eyes full of desire. She tugged at Jun Xiaoyao's clothes and said, "Little brother, I want. Why haven't you fattened up yet?" Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Xiao Xian. There's nothing I like to eat, Xiao Xian said aggrievedly, rubbing her small belly. Here. Jun Xiaoyao took out the myriad qi cauldron and gave a few strands of myriad qi to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian immediately smiled and gulped down the myriad qi cauldron. Tell me the latest news. Also, what's going on with Yi Guqin's challenge? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Lord Son of God, it's like this. Mu Yuehan stepped forward and told Jun Xiaoyao all the major news in the past year. I see. The barren heaven battlefield has opened and people are fighting for the seal of proving doctrine. And that Yi Guqin actually challenged me to a battle, Jun Xiaoyao said. He and Yi Guqin didn't have any grudges. The only conflict he had with the Yi family was Yi Xingyun. However, Yi Xingyun didn't die at his hands. He was killed by the Infinite Star Lord. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any grudges with the Yi family. Yi Guqin probably didn't challenge him because of any grudges. It was just a simple challenge. If that's the case, then I, Son of God, will accept. I hope Yi Guqin can surprise me, Jun Xiaoyao said. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had been invincible. Sometimes, standing at the top and not being able to find a worthy opponent was a kind of loneliness. Yi Guqin was the reincarnation of the sword demon. He was strong and courageous. He dared to cut off his past and reconstruct his true self. Jun Xiaoyao looked forward to Yi Guqin, bringing him some passion that he hadn't felt in a long time. By the way, Son of God, there's another piece of news that I'm sure you'll pay attention to, Golden Winged Rock said. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao asked. In the barren heaven battlefield, Jiang Xingyi obtained a divine fetus. She's been pushed to the center of attention. It's said that some people might harm her, so they're going to surround her. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as cold as the abyss. Although he didn't show any obvious anger, Golden Winged Rock and the others suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their blood had frozen. I heard that Long Shu Huanggen, the descendant of the crocodile ancestor and other Archean royalty geniuses, might also be involved. Golden Winged Rock continued. There will always be ants who don't know their own strength. Since that's the case, let's settle this before we step onto the ancient ultimate road. Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves. His aura changed instantly. He changed from a banished immortal to a killing immortal, to the barren heaven battlefield. Chapter 573. At the end of the Huangtian Immortal Domains Emperor Road was the 18th checkpoint. It was called Hanga Pass. After leaving Hanga Pass in the west, it was the starting point of the ancient road. And 1 million li away from Hanga Pass, there was a vast ancient battlefield. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it looked more like a barren continent floating in the starry sky of the universe. Rumor had it that this barren heaven battlefield was an extremely ancient ruin, which left behind many great opportunities. For example, the divine fetus, a rare treasure that was almost impossible to appear anywhere else, could be found in the barren heaven battlefield. It had been a long time since the opening of the barren heaven battlefield. Many sky prides were fighting inside. Of course, there were also some sky prides who did not enter. That was because they were already exhausted from the journey, and their Taoist heart had been worn out. Now, they were curious about who could obtain the seal of proving doctrine and step onto the ancient road. The battle between Yi Guqin and Jun Xiaoyao had also attracted many sky prides. Even some of the natives of the Emperor Road had gathered here to watch the show. In the void, a middle-aged man clad in dazzling armor exuded the aura of a supreme being, suppressing everyone present. He was the guardian of Hanga Pass, one of the 18 checkpoints of the Emperor Road, Supreme Du Tuo. The barren heaven battlefield was the final test of the Emperor Road. It was very important. Even Supreme Du Tuo had no choice but to stay here and guard the place. TSK, the divine fetus. That's something that even I would be interested in. Supreme Du Tuo sighed. A treasure like the divine fetus was something that even a supreme like him would be interested in, let alone the sky prides who were fighting for it. In order to obtain the divine fetus and cultivate divine chi, they would do anything. One-on-one, fair competition? That was impossible. But what puzzles me is that the little girl from the Jiang family obtained the divine fetus. Why didn't she refine it directly? Supreme Du Tuo shook his head with confusion in his eyes. Although Jiang Xingyi was being targeted from all sides, she should be able to find the time to refine the divine fetus. with her innate Taoist fetus potential. What if she refined the divine fetus? She would definitely become one of the top outlawed sky prides. However, Jiang Xingyi did not do that. Now, in the depths of the barren heaven battlefield, in a barren desert, an immortal figure quickly flew into the sky. She was dressed in a snow-white robe and had a head of white hair. Her immortal appearance was peerless, and she was elegant and refined. Her figure was graceful and flawless. Her delicate body was tall and slender, like a snow lotus that was lost in the world. She had jade-like skin and immortal bones, and her temperament was otherworldly. It was Jiang Xingyi. However, she was not in a good state at the moment. Her exquisite and picturesque face was pale and bloodless, and her snow-white clothes were stained with blood. It was as if the blood plum blossomed. Matched with her snow-white hair, there was a kind of sorrowful beauty. Persist? Persevere. You must wait until he comes. Jiang Xingyi wiped away the remaining blood at the corner of her lips. During this period of time, she had been besieged by various geniuses from time to time. He escaped all the way. As for the Jiang family and the Jun family who wanted to help her, they were also harassed and obstructed, so they couldn't come in time. After all, a supreme treasure like the divine fetus was enough to drive people crazy. No one could resist such a temptation. What made Jiang Xingyi feel uneasy was that some of the major figures seemed to have secretly reached some kind of agreement and started to target her with all their might. Just as Jiang Xingyi was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared from the void in front of her. It was a beautiful figure in a green robe, sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. Her face was covered by a white veil, and only a pair of limpid eyes could be seen. It was the divine daughter of the Ji family, Ji Qingyi. Ji Qingyi, it's you. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes were filled with wariness, and the power of the connate fetus circulated in her body. Jiang Xingyi, I don't want to declare war with you. I can use all kinds of treasures to exchange for the divine fetus, Ji Qingyi said. Mobile app, Mimi Reed. She didn't have any killing intent, and she didn't want to attack. You know that's impossible. Jiang Xingyi shook her head. The divine fetus was extremely precious. How could it be exchanged for just any treasure? Moreover, she had her own thoughts after obtaining the divine fetus. She couldn't give it to others. How about an immortal sutra? Ji Qingyi smiled. What? You have an immortal sutra? Jiang Xingyi was truly shocked. An immortal sutra was extremely rare. It was rumored that it was a supreme cultivation method left behind by a true immortal. Even some of the immortal forces might only have some incomplete immortal sutras. My immortal sutra is naturally incomplete, but I have half of it. It's enough to cultivate an immortal path abhijna, Ji Qingyi said. Jiang Xingyi looked deeply at Ji Qingyi. Ji Qingyi was not only the goddess of the Ji family of the clan of ancients, but also the goddess of the Rinxian sect. As the successor of two immortal forces, Ji Qingyi kept a low profile, unlike Jun Xiaoyao, whose name was known throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. However, she was definitely the most secretive person. Even Jiang Xingyi couldn't see through her. However, Jiang Xingyi still shook her head. Her divine fetus already belonged to someone. Is that so? What a pity. You've missed a chance to make good friends, Ji Qingyi sighed. Making good friends? Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Xingyi asked. It's not me. It's the true successor of the Rin celestial sect. He's destined to become a supreme existence, and I'm just an assistant. I also want to obtain the divine fetus for him. Ji Qingyi tucked her hair behind her ear. Her tone was as calm as water. The true successor of the Rin celestial sect? Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. The saintess of the Ren celestial sect, the unfathomable Ji Qingyi, was just an assistant? The Ren celestial sect isn't a large sect native to the Huangtian mystic realm. Like the saint sect, it came from other mystic realms. That person is destined to become a supreme existence. He's a heaven-defying successor of the Rin, celestial sect, who's been sleeping for many eras. His body constitution is also ranked in the top 10 among the 3,000 body constitutions. His background is also taboo. You could even say that his background isn't inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's, Ji Qingyi said. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyi felt uncomfortable. She didn't like that there was someone who could be compared to Jun Xiaoyao. In her heart, Jun Xiaoyao would always be the man who stood at the peak and looked down on the world. You're not handing over the divine fetus, but you're also not integrating with it. Could it be that you want to leave the divine fetus to Jun Xiaoyao? Ji Qingyi guessed. Jiang Xingyi's expression didn't change, but her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Obviously, Ji Qingyi had guessed correctly. If you integrate with such a precious divine fetus, together with the innate Taoist fetus, you'll definitely be able to reach the peak. Long Shu Huang and the others will be defeated by you, but you're willing to be hunted down, surrounded, and injured just to leave the divine fetus to Jun Xiaoyao. Ji Qingyi sighed. She was really surprised. This was beyond her expectations. Something as precious as the divine fetus was enough to make friends turn against each other. Jiang Xingyi risked her life to keep the divine fetus, but it wasn't for herself. She wanted to leave it to Jun Xiaoyao. What kind of deep feelings could make a person make such a choice to sacrifice himself? Chapter 574. Looks like the rumors were true. You were so loyal to Jun Xiaoyao that your hair turned white overnight. Now you are protecting the divine fetus with your life for him, just so that he can refine it. Ji Qingyi sighed. This kind of feeling was very moving. There is no need to say anything more. I will not give you the divine fetus. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were resolute. The divine fetus was compatible with her connate embryos. However, in comparison, Jun Xiaoyao had entered the Emperor Road much later. He needed the divine fetus more. Jiang Xingyi was injured, but she was confident that she could protect the divine fetus in a battle with Ji Qingyi. Ji Qingyi's eyes were deep. For a moment, she was about to activate her dermic powers. But soon after, Ji Qingyi gave up. Jun Xiaoyao has entered the 19th level of the infernal star. I don't know if he can come out again. If you can't hold on during this period, won't you be giving the divine fetus to someone else for nothing? The news of Jun Xiaoyao leaving the 19th level of the infernal star would not reach Hanga Pass so quickly, let alone the barren heaven battlefield. This has nothing to do with you. I will protect it with my life, Jiang Xingyi said coldly. Then Jiang Xingyi, take care of yourself. Ji Qingyi shook her head and left. She had her concerns. She was not only worried about Jiang Xingyi's strength. She was also worried about Jun Xiaoyao behind Jiang Xingyi. Ji Qingyi had seen Jun Xiaoyao's power. However, she did not think that Jun Xiaoyao could be stronger than the mysterious successor of the Ren immortal sect. At the very least, Ji Qingyi could not afford to offend him. Therefore, she gave up. Seeing Ji Qingyi leave, Jiang Xingyi also heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Qingyi was one of the most well-hidden geniuses in the barren heaven mystic realm. If she really attacked, Jiang Xingyi would probably be injured again, even if she could escape. I will keep this divine fetus for Xiaoyao. When he comes to the barren heaven battlefield, I will personally hand it to him, Jiang Xingyi murmured. At the thought of that white-clothed figure, Jiang Xingyi couldn't help but smile. Paired with her ethereal beauty, there was a kind of otherworldly beauty. In her body, the connate Taoist embryo was constantly moving, as if urging Jiang Xingyi to refine it as soon as possible. Jiang Xingyi had been suppressing it all this time. She clearly knew that if she refined this divine fetus, she might be able to cultivate 3, 4, or even 5 strands of immortal qi. But she still refused to do so, because in her heart, Jun Xiaoyao was the most important. Then another month passed. After setting off from Hulao Pass, Jun Xiaoyao also pushed his way through. For ordinary geniuses, the Emperor Road was full of danger. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it was like walking on flat ground, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Now, on the Emperor Road, with Jun Xiaoyao's strength, there was nothing that could threaten him. Astral beasts, void undercurrents, and all kinds of dangerous places. Jun Xiaoyao pushed through them all. As for the astral bandits, when they saw Jun Xiaoyao from afar, they had already retreated in fear. Jun Xiaoyao was like a white-clothed divine king, walking in the galaxy, pushing through everything along the way. At this speed, Jun Xiaoyao would soon arrive at the Barren Heaven battlefield. However, in the past month, the situation in the Barren Heaven battlefield had also changed. It was not only the geniuses of the Archean royalty, such as Long Shu Huang, Huang Jian, and the descendants of the crocodile ancestor, who were targeting Jiang Xingyi. Not to mention, the geniuses from the ancient star field had joined forces as well. They seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Long Shu Huang and the others. Long Shu Huang and the others went to encircle and suppress Jiang Xingyi. As for the geniuses from the ancient star zone, they went to resist those who came to help Jiang Xingyi. In a certain realm of the Barren Heaven battlefield, several figures were gathering in one direction. One of them was a young girl with 2 ponytails. It was Jiang Luoli. Her eyes were bright, her nose was straight, and her lips were painted. Her face was snow-white and delicate, like a little beauty carved from jade. However, at this moment, her little face was filled with anxiety. She said, "Those guys are too presumptuous. How dare they openly encircle Sister Xingyi?" Previously, because of Jun Xiaoyao, there seemed to be some distance between Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi. However, this could not hinder the kinship between Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, would they dare to be so presumptuous? On the side, a valiant male with a divine seal in his hand sneered coldly. He was the ancient freak of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyan, with the divine seal king body. "No matter what, let's hurry and save her," another man, Jiang Zuling, said. However, at this moment, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing these figures suddenly appear, Jiang Luoli's little face darkened. The leader was a man with long red hair. His aura was as violent as fire, and his cultivation had also reached the Saint Realm. So it's Gu Yan, the little giant of the Crimson Flame ancient star zone. Jiang Tianyan frowned slightly. This Gu Yan was somewhat of a legend. It was rumored that he was originally a disciple of an unknown force in the Crimson Flame ancient star zone. Later, he accidentally fell into the forbidden area of the Crimson Flame ancient star zone, the fiery abyss, and was devoured by the ancient flame demon. However, in the end, not only did Guyan not die, but he also merged with the ancient flame demon, controlled the power of flames, and rose to power. After setting foot on the Emperor Road, he had swept through all his opponents. Now he had also become a famous little giant. In addition, the geniuses around Gu Yan were not weak either. They were not much weaker than the little giants. "Everyone, where are you going?" Gu Yan asked with a smile. "Get out of the way. I don't have time to chat with you." Jiang Luoli shouted. "The pearl of the Jiang family is indeed charming. I wonder if I can have the honor to talk about life and dreams with you?" Gu Yan said with a smile. He was very strong and good-looking. He had become a little giant and was also a dazzling star in the Emperor Road. "Do you think an ugly monster like you is worthy? Your strength can't even compare to Big Brother Xiaoyao's finger. As for your appearance, it's an insult to Big Brother Xiaoyao to compare your appearance with Xiaoyao's." Jiang Luoli's words were not weak, and the smile on Gu Yan's face disappeared when he heard them. That Jun Xiaoyao entered the 19th level of the Infernal Star, and I don't know if he can come out alive. What's so good about liking a dead person? How dare you?" Jiang Luoli puffed up her cheeks, and her eyes were spitting fire. Jiang Tianyan stepped forward and said coldly, "If you want to stop us from helping Jiang Xingyi, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" It's good that you understand. Do you want to sit down quietly, or do you want to fight? Gu Yan's eyes were surging with flames. Vaguely, the shadow of a terrifying ancient flame demon appeared behind him. Chapter 575. I'm just curious. What did Long Shu Huang and the others promise you that you're willing to help them? Jiang Tianyan said coldly. You don't need to know that, Gu Yan said calmly. They had reached an agreement with Long Shu Huang and the others. Naturally, there were benefits to be gained. Otherwise, Gu Yan wouldn't be so stupid to help others for free. Since that's the case, let me see just how strong the ancient flame demon is. Jiang Tianyan made his move. He formed a divine seal and activated his divine seal king body. His aura was extremely strong. As the ancient freak of the Jiang family, his strength was unquestionable. Haha, I also want to see how strong the ancient freak of the Jiang family is. Gu Yan also made his move. Jiang Luoli, Jiang Zuling, and the others also made their moves without hesitation. For a moment, the two sides fought. Magical power burst out, shaking the heavens and the earth. At the same time, in another part of the barren heaven battlefield, 3 figures were also flying in the air. The man at the front was wearing a plain white robe. He had a wine gourd at his waist and an umbrella in his hand. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his appearance was also unparalleled. It was the ancient freak of the Jun family, Lord Grimm, who lay drunk on the battlefield. Beside him were the 2 sequences, Jun Lingsang and Jun Mulan. Previously in the immortal ancient world, when the Jun family was in danger, the Jiang family also helped. This time it's our turn to help them, Lord Grimm said. That's right. As for Jun Wushuang and the others, they should be taking action by now, Jun Lingsang said. When they heard that the Jiang family was in trouble, the Jun family wouldn't just stand by and watch. This was the friendship between the 2 families. It was also at this moment that over 100 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. The dozen or so people at the front were all powerful cultivators at the level of minor figureheads. Lord Grimm narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Jun Lingsang said coldly. Sequences of the Jun family, it's best that you don't get involved in the Jiang family's affairs. A minor figurehead walked out from the group. It was a man with a rough face and a demonic aura. He was the successor of an undying force, Battle Demon Cave, in a certain ancient star field. That's right. We don't want to become enemies with the Jun family either. Another man dressed in a royal robe stepped forward. He was the crown prince of Tianyao Jin dynasty. The other dozen or so small giants also had their own backgrounds. They were all dragons and phoenixes with extraordinary talent. The other 70 or 80 elites weren't much weaker than the overlords. It's my honor to have you mobilize such a large force, but Lord Grimm's tone suddenly changed. Can you stop me? As Lord Grimm's voice fell, a terrifying aura was released. This aura caused the expressions of the Battle Demon Cave successor, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Brilliance Jin dynasty, and other minor heavyweights to change. Lord Grimm wasn't listed on the Baron Sky Saint rank because he wasn't interested. If Yi Guqin wanted to compete for the Baron Sky Saint ranking, he might not have been able to get first place so easily. It was also because of this that the big shots of the Ancient Star field attached great importance to Lord Grimm. 100 of them had come at once. There were even more than a dozen minor heavyweights holding the fort. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Brilliance Jin dynasty said, "Of course, we can't stop you, but we should be able to delay you." "Then let's try." Lord Grimm's eyes were cold. Next, there was no superfluous words. Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsang, and Jun Mulan fought the 100 or so elites. Just Lord Grimm alone would require a large group of people to suppress him. Only then would they be able to stall for time. On the other side, Jun Wushuang and the other sequences were also harassed by some minor heavyweights. It was difficult for them to come to their aid in a short period of time. in a barren land at the edge of the barren sky battlefield. Jiang Xingyi dragged her tired body to this place. No, if we continue to run, we'll have to leave the barren sky battlefield. But that'll make it easier for us to be targeted, Jiang Xingyi said with a tired expression. Her face was as pale as paper. Her snow-white clothes were mottled with blood, making her look very glaring. In order to protect the divine fetus, she did not even have the time to seize the seal of proving doctrine. It could be said that Jiang Xingyi had sacrificed too much for Jun Xiaoyao, but she had no regrets. At that moment, a playful voice sounded. Jiang Xingyi, I'm tired of this game of cat and mouse. It's time to end it. As the voice sounded, many black dots appeared in the distance. They were the elites of the Emperor Road, and they were surrounding them. The one who spoke was a valiant man with dragon horns on his head and phoenix wings on his back. His aura was suffocating and oppressive, as if an ancient beast had appeared in the world. The bloodline aura on his body was extremely dense. It was Long Xianhuang, who had the supreme dragon phoenix body. Jiang Xingyi, why struggle? Hand over the divine fetus, and you'll be spared from physical pain. On the other side of the sky, there was a rain of fire. A man in a luxurious crimson robe with phoenix wings on his back stepped on the flames. He was the ancient freak of the Wanhuang spirit mountain, Huangjian. If this woman doesn't know what's good for her, I'll swallow her alive. A hoarse and rough voice sounded. It was a bald, brawny man covered in black scales. His eyes were a pair of dark green vertical pupils, and they were bloodthirsty. He was the descendant of the crocodile ancestor from the ancient Crocodile Lake. These three elites of the Archean royalty stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor Road. In addition, there were hundreds of elites gathered around. They were all elites of the ancient star regions. There were also many small giants among them. There were dozens of them. There were also elites of the Huangtian mystic realm, but they were only watching from afar. After all, Jiang Xingyi's family was one of the three Huangtian imperial families in the Huangtian mystic realm. Jiang Xingyi's background was still very intimidating. The elites of the Huangtian mystic realm did not dare to interfere. They could only take advantage of the situation. This time, Jiang Xingyi will really have to hand over the divine fetus, a flawless woman in a pink dress murmured. She was Yen Raman of the Demon God Palace. Aya, this is troublesome. Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet? On the other side, a beautiful loli in a black dress said. She was Xiao Maxian of the Celestial Demon Cult. Xiao Maxian was on good terms with Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao's relationship, it was needless to say. Therefore, Xiao Maxian did not want to see anything happen to Jiang Xingyi. However, with her strength alone, she could not turn the tide of the battle. There were dozens of small giants. With the addition of Long Xuhuang and the other two royal elites, this was a terrifying lineup. As expected, it's hard to escape the fate of being surrounded. Ji Qingyi also appeared. She shook her head as she looked at the scene. If Jiang Xingyi had given her the divine fetus earlier, he would not have ended up like this. Fairy Qingyi, why didn't you just snatch the divine fetus? I could have brought it back to Master. There was another woman beside Ji Qingyi. She was beautiful and had an extraordinary aura. She had cultivated 2 strands of divine qi and was comparable to a small giant. It was hard to imagine that a small giant would recognize someone else as her master. Jiang Xingyi has an innate Taoist fetus. He is not easy to deal with. However, what I am worried about is Jun Xiaoyao behind him, Ji Qingyi said. She hid it very well and was very cautious. Because she had seen Jun Xiaoyao's strength, she would not provoke Jun Xiaoyao unless she had no other choice. Is Jun Xiaoyao really as strong as the rumors say? Although he has a top 10 taboo physique like Master, the sacred body of the ancients has declined. It is destined to never return to its former glory. This woman was called Qin Fei. She was a follower of the mysterious successor of the human immortal cult. She was the same as the follower of the overlord that Jun Xiaoyao had met before. Chun Fei was not a genius of the Huangtian immortal realm. She had used a special method to sneak into the Emperor Road to gather information for her master. She was quite displeased that Ji Qingyi did not get the divine fetus. Chapter 576. You're not from the Huangtian mystic realm. Naturally, you don't know what kind of power and status Jun Xiaoyao has in the Huangtian mystic realm. Ji Qingyi said. So what? He's nothing in front of my master, Chun Fei said, pouting. In her mind, her master, the successor of the Rinxian sect, was invincible. He was destined to dominate the rise and fall of this era. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi, who was surrounded by enemies, didn't show any panic or fear on her beautiful face. As the goddess of the Jiang family, and with the natural embryo of the Wei, Jiang Xingyi's mind was already unbreakable. At this moment, she looked calm and said, Have you really decided to become enemies with the Jiang family and the Jun family? Jiang Xingyi's words made some of the small giants of the ancient star field look uneasy. Behind Jiang Xingyi stood the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. The Jun family and the Jiang family of the ancients had a common enemy. They were in the same boat. Offending Jiang Xingyi was equivalent to offending two clans of the ancients. However, thinking of the rewards they could get, these small giants of the ancient star field calmed down. Long Shu Huang and the others agreed. As long as Long Shu Huang and the other two could get the divine embryo, each of them would get at least one seal of proving doctrine. They would even be rewarded with immortal marrow. The seal of proving doctrine wasn't something that anyone could get. Even the small giants might not be able to get one. It was obvious how tempting Long Shu Huang's offer was. With the strength of Long Shu Huang and the others, they could get more than one seal of proving doctrine. This was the agreement between them. Haha, don't use the Jiang family and the Jun family to pressure us. When the time comes, Zulong, Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, Ancient Crocodile Lake, and other forces will join forces. Can't we deal with the Jiang family and the Jun family? Long Shu Huang's face was full of contempt and disdain. The force behind him didn't fear the Jiang family at all. However, Long Shu Huang and the others didn't know that the force behind him had been destroyed by the Jun family. Yes, indeed. With the support of the Archean royalty, what are we afraid of? The small giants of the ancient star field relaxed when they heard this. With the Archean royalty backing them up, they had nothing to fear. There is only one divine fetus. How will the three of you split it? Jiang Xingyi continued, Don't play this kind of tactic. You don't have to worry about it. Long Shu Huang looked at Jiang Xingyi as if she was looking at a caged beast. Aren't you afraid that Xiaoyao will come and kill all of you? Jiang Xingyi continued, trying to buy some time. Long Shu Huang's eyes flashed coldly. Let's not talk about whether Jun Xiaoyao can come out of the 19th level of Hellstar. Even if he can, I'm not afraid of him. After all, Long Shu Huang had cultivated 3 strands of immortal qi. She was stronger than the average little giant. In her expectation, no matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, he shouldn't be able to completely suppress her. My Phoenix Life Restoration art also needs an opponent to achieve the final transformation. Huang Juyan was also unconcerned. She was still hoping that Jun Xiaoyao would come. She could use him to train herself. Stop talking nonsense. This woman is obviously trying to buy time. Let's go, the crocodile ancestor's descendants said in a hoarse voice. Boom! Long Shu Huang and Huang Jian were also stalling. The two of them attacked at the same time. The crocodile ancestor's descendant also attacked. Although the 3 top sky prides of Emperor Road ganged up on a woman, it would be bad for their reputation. However, at this time, obtaining the divine fetus was the most important thing. Although Jiang Xingyi was a woman, she was not a pushover. With the special advantage of the innate Tao fetus, Jiang Xingyi had also cultivated 3 strands of immortal qi. She waved her hand, and the lines of the great Tao spread out. Jiang Xingyi was like a woman blessed by the heavens. Every move she made triggered the great Tao, and her power was strong. Of course, Long Shu Huang and the others were also not to be trifled with. The three of them combined were enough to completely suppress Jiang Xingyi. Obtaining the divine fetus was only a matter of time. As for the other small figureheads, they were here to prevent accidents. If anyone else wanted to save Jiang Xingyi, they would interfere. As time passed, half an hour later, under the suppression of the three top sky prides, even someone as strong as Jiang Xingyi could not withstand it. Dragon Phoenix, Sky's shaking palm. Long Shu Huang activated the power of the three strands of immortal qi. At the same time, she pushed her ancestral dragon and divine phoenix bloodlines to the extreme. An illusion of an ancestral dragon and a godly phoenix accompanied his palm strike. The void roared and the earth shook. It was like a dragon and a phoenix had crossed time and space from ancient times. Their power shook people's hearts. Jiang Xingyi was already injured before, and now she was being suppressed by the three top sky prides. Long Shu Huang's palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jiang Xingyi spat out a mouthful of blood which splashed on her clothes. It was a tragic sight. At that moment, Huang Juyan took advantage of the situation. He took out a supreme weapon, a sharp blade made of phoenix feathers. The phoenix feather blade slashed down like a heavenly blade. Jiang Xingyi could only barely dodge, but her arm was still cut and crystal blood splattered. She was seriously injured again. "Damn it, you're too much of a bully." A delicate voice sounded. It was Xiao Maxian of the celestial demon cult. Not to mention that she had some relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Even a passerby who had no relationship with her would feel indignant when they saw the three of them humiliating a beautiful woman. Xiao Maxian made her move. At the same time, several figures rushed over. "Don't be so arrogant." An arrow shot out as if it had pierced through the void. Could it be the followers of the Jun family's Son of God are here? Seeing the arrow that seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth, some of the spectating sky prides exclaimed. A figure appeared. It was Yu. Three famous sky prides dare to humiliate a woman like this. Long Shu Huang, you've really returned to life. Dragon qi spread out, and a beautiful woman in a palace dress with dragon horns on her head appeared. It was Princess Longji. Princess Longji, I think you're addicted to being ridden by Jun Xiaoyao. You've embarrassed Zulong. Seeing Princess Longji appear, Long Shu Huang only sneered. He did not treat Princess Longji as a sky pride of Zulong. Previously, he had even injured Princess Longji because of some opportunities. On the other side of the void, Yan Qingying also appeared in a black dress. Her aura was even deeper, and her eyes were like the stars in the night sky, filled with a chilling coldness. Yan Qingying did not say a word, but she also wanted to participate in the battle. However, those little giants were not to be trifled with. Today, no one is allowed to participate in this battle. Dozens of little giants stood outside like an iron wall, blocking everything. Even though Yu, Yan Qingying, Princess Longji, and Xiao Maxian were very strong, it was obviously impossible to break through the defense of dozens of little giants in a short period of time. Is the Jiang family's goddess really going to die today? Some of the spectating sky prides murmured. At the same time, outside the barren heaven battlefield, many cultivators did not leave. They were paying attention to the news. A sky pride from the ancient star field shook his head and said, I heard that the Jiang family's goddess did not refine the divine fetus herself because she wanted to leave it for Jun Xiaoyao. Is that so? That's too stupid. Wouldn't it be better to refine it herself? Who knows? Do you think that Jiang Xingyi is having an affair with Jun Xiaoyao? I see. No wonder. Women in love are indeed brainless. But I heard that Jiang Xingyi is the Jun family's Son of God's aunt. This relationship, if you ask me, just as the sky pride from the ancient star field was about to say something, the other sky prides from the ancient star field suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that the faces of the surrounding prodigies who were facing him suddenly froze. Then the blood drained from their faces, and their lips trembled as if they had seen something terrifying. "What's wrong with you?" The Sky Pride from the ancient star field asked in confusion. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." A voice as cold as the abyss sounded from behind the Sky Pride. The prodigy's body suddenly stopped, and he turned around shakily. He saw a white-robed figure with a face as cold as the heavens. "June! June!" The Sky Prides felt as if their throats were blocked. They could not speak. June Xiaoyao did not even move a finger as he looked at the man with a cold gaze. Puff! 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 The Sky Pride's primordial spirits exploded. Their heads exploded like scarlet fireworks. In an instant, the commotion attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside the barren heaven battlefield. The white-robed figure exuded a cold killing intent that shook the heavens and caused the universe to tremble. The great stars in the universe exploded with every step June Xiaoyao took. With every step, the wind and clouds stirred. His killing intent overturned the galaxy. The white-robed killing god had finally descended. Chapter 577. It's the son of God of the June family. He actually came out of the 19th level of the infernal star. Oh my God, that aura seems to want to destroy my soul. June Xiaoyao's arrival undoubtedly ignited the entire atmosphere. It was like a huge rock falling into the sea, causing a huge uproar. It's the son of God of the June family, deep in the starry sky. Supreme Du Tuo's eyelids trembled slightly when he saw June Xiaoyao. He could feel the extreme murderous intent emanating from June Xiaoyao, which seemed to freeze all the stars in the sky. What kind of monster is the son of God of the June family? His cultivation has reached the saint, great perfection? After sensing June Xiaoyao's cultivation, even Supreme Du Tuo's face twitched. He was AF * king pervert. With June Xiaoyao here, how could there be room for other geniuses to rise? The cultivators around the barren heaven battlefield also felt June Xiaoyao's aura, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Saint great perfection? Oh my God, terrifying, too terrifying. I thought June Xiaoyao would have a hard time against Yi Guqin, but now it seems that I was overthinking. And I heard that the son of God of the June family has cultivated 4 strands of divine qi. He's not human. Saint great perfection and 4 strands of divine qi. If June Xiaoyao claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? At this moment, June Xiaoyao descended on the barren heaven battlefield like a god of death in white. Behind him, golden-winged rock, Muiwehan, 9-headed lion, goddess of eternal calamity, Xiao Xian and the others followed. They didn't say anything because they knew that June Xiaoyao was in a bad mood. When June Xiaoyao was in a bad mood, he wanted to kill. If the son of God of the June family enters the barren heaven battlefield, won't Long Shu Huang and the others be finished? Who knows? But they definitely won't have an easy time. Some cultivators began to mourn for Long Shu Huang and the others. However, some people believe that with the strength of Long Shu Huang and the others, even if they could not defeat June Xiaoyao, they should still be able to escape. However, what puzzled everyone was that June Xiaoyao did not rush into the battlefield immediately. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes were as cold as the abyss. What is the son of God of the June family doing? Everyone was astonished. Even utmost exalted Du Tuo felt this to be inconceivable. Could it be that June Xiaoyao didn't care about Jiang Xingyi's safety? At this moment, apart from the cold killing intent in June Xiaoyao's eyes, there was also a little helplessness and a sigh. Sister Xingyi, you're too silly. Such a precious divine fetus. Yet she had not allowed him to use it. Instead, she had risked her life to protect it, leaving it for him. June Xiaoyao knew that it was very difficult for him to fall in love with someone, let alone love someone to death. However, This didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao was emotionless. Jiang Xingyi had already gone to this extent. How could Jun Xiaoyao remain indifferent? It was because of this that Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with determination. In the next moment, he slowly raised his hand and activated the strength of a perfected saint to the extreme. Waves of sealing runes appeared in the void and spread across the entire barren heaven battlefield. All the cultivators saw that the sealing runes covered the galaxy and spanned across the battlefield. It was like an inverted bowl that was about to seal the entire barren heaven battlefield. Seal of the Immortal. Third seal. As Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, the sealing power was completely unleashed. Endless divine light was released, trying to seal the entire barren heaven battlefield. With Jun Xiaoyao's strength after his breakthrough, he could already use the third seal of the Immortal Seal. This seal was even more powerful than the second seal of the Immortal Seal. The son of God of the Jun family wants to seal the entire barren heaven battlefield. What is he doing? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's actions, the countless cultivators present were in an uproar. Since ancient times, no one had ever sealed the barren heaven battlefield like Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. The son of God of the Jun family, what are you doing? Supreme Du Tuo couldn't help but ask. He was in charge of maintaining order in the barren heaven battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao's actions were undoubtedly breaking the rules. Close the door and kill the dog. Jun Xiaoyao simply uttered those 4 words, yet the murderous intent emanating from his words was hair-raising. The son of God of the Jun family is closing the door and killing the dog. He's not going to let anyone go. At this moment, everyone finally understood Jun Xiaoyao's intentions. He sealed the entire barren heaven battlefield because he didn't want to let anyone who attacked Jiang Xingyi go. Anyone who tried to harm Jiang Xingyi had to die. Ruthless, too ruthless. The son of God of the Jun family is the most ruthless person in the world. Can he do it? Long Shuhuang and the others aren't the only ones dealing with Jiang Xingyi. There are hundreds of powerful cultivators and nearly 1,000 geniuses. Some of the geniuses couldn't help but shudder. Other than the geniuses who were chasing after Jiang Xingyi, there were also some powerful cultivators who were responsible for blocking the geniuses of the Jiang family and the Jun family. If all of them were added together, there would definitely be more than 1,000 of them. Could Jun Xiaoyao kill all of them by himself? Most importantly, these geniuses were the elite seeds of the barren heaven mystic realm. If they all died in the barren heaven battlefield, wouldn't that mean that not many people would be able to step onto the ancient road of ultimate? Shouldn't the son of God of the Jun family restrain himself? Supreme Du Tuo felt a little anxious. If it were an ordinary genius doing this, he would have stopped him long ago. However, the one who did it was the son of God of the Jun family. This made him feel helpless. Don't provoke me, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. He took a step forward, crossed the void, and stepped into the barren heaven battlefield. Like a lion entering a flock of sheep, he was about to start a massacre. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back as he left, all the geniuses felt that something shocking was about to happen. Supreme Du Tuo's face was also extremely stiff. He was the dignified guardian of the Imperial Pass, yet he was ignored like this. However, when he thought of Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the son of God of the Jun family, he could only sigh helplessly. Are the young people nowadays all so immoral? Jun Xiaoyao's actions were too ruthless. He sealed the entire barren heaven battlefield, leaving no way for others to survive. As the entire barren heaven battlefield was enveloped by the third seal of prohibition, the geniuses on the battlefield naturally felt it too. What's going on? Is the barren heaven battlefield going to be sealed in advance? Many geniuses were bewildered. Oh no, I'm afraid the situation has changed. Let's go to Long Shuhuang's side first. Some of the small giants who were attacking the geniuses of the Jiang family and the Jun family also felt that something was wrong. Guyan, the successor of the Battle Demon Cave, Tianyao, the crown prince of the Jin dynasty, and the others all stopped fighting and rushed to Long Shu Huang's side. They felt that some kind of change might have happened. Let's go too. Lord Grim, Jun Lingsan and Jun Mulan, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Tianyan, and the others all followed closely behind. In an instant, almost all the geniuses in the entire Barren Heaven battlefield gathered towards Long Shu Huang and Jiang Xingyi. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Barren Heaven battlefield, a vast ancient battlefield, like a giant island, was suspended in the void. 5 dazzling jade seals that emitted the aura of the heavenly way rotated in the air. They were the 5 seals of Proving Way. At this moment, a black-robed figure sat cross-legged on the side with a blood-stained sword on his lap. It was Yi Guqin. When the sealing runes covered the sky above the Barren Heaven battlefield, Yi Guqin's closed eyes slowly opened. Is it finally here? Yi Guqin's eyes were deep as he looked at the sky.